of our show. And usually, viewers, you are used to seeing, middle-aged CEOs, CXOs, a lot of people who have actually achieved a lot of things in life. But today, we are very privileged to have a different kind of leader in our show. Her name is Archika Arora, and she is a certified image consultant. But that should not give you any other feeling. The image consulting is a totally new word, and she is a very young professional. She is a highly qualified young entrepreneur. And when I say highly qualified, she is from IIM, and she was working with the top corporates in the world. And she decided to call it quits, and she has become a certified image consultant, now helping people like me who have lived in the industry for 2 decades and helping with the image consulting. So without further ado, let me present Archika Arora.
So thank you for the wonderful introduction and for having me here and looking forward to the interview.
It was our pleasure, Archika. Usually we get the people who have some sort of leadership, but I think you are a leader of sorts. This is a totally new area. A lot of our viewers would like to know about it, and that is why you are here. In fact, I'm very eager to know what you do. But before we start, I'd like to ask you, uh, you have had a fantastic career, you had a fantastic education, you were working with the top corporation, and you decided to come out. So what happened, and what gave you this idea that this will be a career to choose?
So that's a very nice question. And there was nothing sad that happened, first of all. Let me break it to you. Not every great story has a sad backing. I was wanted to get into image consulting since the time I was in school, but great education and great companies happened. And I, being a typical Indian kid, always wanted to have brands on my resume. But when you have all these things, you've had great qualifications, then you've gone to great companies, you are earning great money, then somehow you don't have anything more to look forward to. I was only looking forward to my promotion, and I suddenly had a feeling when I was sitting in a meeting that listen, if this does not stop right now, and if I get promoted, the paycheck is going to just get fatter. I'm going to get into this trap. And because I was a management consultant, I was already helping people out. But I thought that, okay, this is going to sound very filmy, but if I die tomorrow, only people in EY are going to remember me. Nobody else is going to remember me. So that was a really sad thought to have. And I was like, right now is the right time to get into this. And being a woman, I also wanted a career which gives me flexible working hours. I didn't want to have something in the future which said that, if you have additional responsibilities, you let go of your career. So that is what I see setting as an example for all the women in the world. That just because you are expanding your family or you're doing something personal does not mean you have to let go of the professional thing. This was the right career choice for me. So that is what went behind.
This is amazing. In fact, you are an IM grad, um, and which makes you the top brains in the country. Yet you decided to take a leap, and I wish you good luck. I'm sure you will have a illustrious career in image consulting. Um,
Thank you so much.
yeah, Archika, this is a new area, and that is why the leadership will also be young. I'm totally convinced about it.
Yeah.
However, I have to ask you this question, which is about image consulting. The image consulting is not really understood very well, not only in India, but world across. This is a new science, a new line of business. So, how did you thought about getting into this area, converting this into an opportunity for you?
So, CK, as you very rightly said, that this is not something which is so conventionally understood, like say medical or engineering, right? So, even for management consulting, for that matter. But when you talk about image consulting, if I had to explain it in one line, it's about helping you manage your first impressions well. Now, that sounds as confusing as image consulting, the word itself. It's most often confused with the fashion designing or makeovers or hairstyling, etc. It is much more than that. So, if I have to give you an analogy, it will be interior designing. So, for an interior designer, he or she has a lot of areas to take care of. Yeah. So, it can be carpentry, it can be plumbing, etc. So, similarly, an image consultant is taking care of your outer appearance. so that you get good opportunities, because the attention span of people is decreasing like anything. You become successful only when you have opportunities to look forward to, right? So we majorly do it through change in your clothing, then change in your face and your entire outer appearance. Having said that, this sounds pretty superficial when I talk about it this way, right? So it takes care of your physical characteristics, what your body shape really is. This is not fashion. What is trending today may not trend tomorrow. So if I talk about you, you'll have a certain body shape. We have 8 different body shapes: diamond, triangle, etc. Then you have face shape. Okay. Then you have psychological characteristics, what you feel from inside. Sometimes you look at people and they're like, this person seems really rude. But when you talk to him, he turns out to be a really soft person. So how do you stop giving those contradicting signals? And the only thing you can take care of is clothes. You can't change your psychological characteristics so easily. Physical, you definitely cannot. Even if you're hitting the gym, where it's a good 6 months, 12 months, and then also you have a certain skeletal structure which you have to stick to, right? So you only have clothes that you can really change the messages you're giving out to people. And the perception that others have of you, our clothes speak. That is the basic essence of image consulting. So just as we speak through words, our clothes speak. So for example, if you have a collar right now, it is speaking of authority. Okay, but because you don't have another third layer, say for example a jacket or a blazer, so you seem to be approachable, but you're not somebody who I can take for granted. Yeah, so to give you a very small example, this is how I can explain right now. Yes, it's pretty misunderstood. And if you've seen the movie Rockstar, right, he says image is everything and everything is a myth. I always like to quote this line because this really makes that impression in the minds of people that, yeah, this is something more than fashion designing and more than following the trends.
So, as a professional, I know what you're saying makes a lot of sense. There is an old saying that the first impression is the lasting impression. So, it is
Yeah.
in our interest to make the first impression. And at the same time, it's always in the back of the mind, you have to look approachable, you have to look friendly, and so on and so forth. You have to look attractive. There could be many image related attributes, and when you go around finding your students, as I would like to say that, because learning is for everyone. And I think the people like me in my age group would need more than anybody else, because we are the people who are more concerned about the image. When I say me, basically a person who's like 15 years or above experience in the industry. um, so you must be meeting a lot of these people like me. There could be men and women both. Who do you find more difficult to deal with?
Again, a very good question. This is making me sound like coffee with current people, and you'll make me go out of business. So I'm not going to choose any sides, but I'll try to be as candid as possible. So I would say that when you're catering to women, it's easier to get them into the sales funnel. They're the one who will be ready to put on their money without asking too many questions. So they are risk takers when it comes to this industry, but they will make sure that they get value for every buck that they'll spend. Yeah. So, and vis-a-vis men, men are people who'll ask you a lot of questions before they actually shell out their money and offer your consulting services. But once they enter your community, they are really easy locked. So, before somebody enters your community, I think it's women who are more difficult to convince. They're easier to convince, but more difficult to keep. And vis-a-vis men, they're difficult to convince, but once they enter your community and start taking your services, they're an absolute breeze. So, as an entrepreneur, as an image consultant, it's absolutely up to you. What sort of niche do you prefer and target audience?
I have a follow-up question on this. Do you ever face any resistance in terms of entry level? Because people are very protective about themselves, their image and the way they speak, etc. Usually, 90% human beings are like that. So, what kind of resistance you face when you're making a pitch?
Sure. So, I think any sales pitch that you're making, it really depends on the kind of words you're using. If you straight away go and say, hey, this is wrong with you, all of a sudden the person will be very defensive. So the play of words is very important. How I typically go and suggest other image consultants to do is that you tell that this is what I do. And if somebody is typically changing role or looking for a new outer appearance, do you know anybody who will, benefit from my services? I won't say directly that when you want to join. And if the person is really interested, when you blame it on the third party, right, the person really gets comfortable. So I have used that trick, and that works really nicely for me. Otherwise, obviously, you can't be telling people it's not a soap that you will say that your acne spots will go away. You can't be saying that you look a bit fat, but if you use this kind of clothing, you're going to look much more better. You can't be saying that. And fat is in fact not a term that which consultant will ever use. We call it variations, for example. So yeah, that is my trick that I've used, and I've given it out in public now, so have fun.
See, Archika, now when I speak to you and I think about it in retrospect, I feel this current management of image is much more difficult than the usual management consulting because you're now dwelling on the human psychology.
Yes.
So, having said that, what kind of people need your services?
So I would say that people who are one conscious of their physical appearance and outer appearance or their job demands it. So, for example, corporate top management, then politicians, and making it as approachable as it gets. If you are changing roles in your personal professional life, so in personal life you may be getting married, or you may be having a baby. So now you're no more a husband but also a father, all right, and maybe you're having your grandson. Vis-a-vis, if you are looking at your professional life, you are getting ready for promotion, or you want to look promotion ready. You cannot have got promotion because you don't look a certain way or ready for the next level, and maybe from the back end you're moving to front end. And I've had people who've worked on their products, the entrepreneurs, and then they say that, listen, now is the time I want to go to investors, so I want to look a certain way, I can't be going in my t-shirt and jeans. I've also had clients who wanted to settle in US, want to take their business abroad, and hence they want to understand, how do I start dressing up? I can't be wearing just a t-shirt or a jeans or say a kurti. I'll have to start wearing western dresses, for example. And it does not stop there, as I said, because the moment you open your mouth, your image is still speaking for itself. So, are you aware of the cultural etiquette? Are you aware of the dining etiquette? All of that is taken care of by an image consultant. So, just as you have a personal trainer in a gym, you will have an image consultant who is working at the back, and people won't understand, what transformed you. And it will happen so naturally because your personal characteristics are taken into it, and hence it's natural, it's gradual, and you are pretty comfortable. It's not like I'm giving you a shield and you're somebody else when you go out and you come back, now you're a different person. There has to be a match for it to have a long-term effect. So yeah, these are the kind of people who really benefit from my services or any image consultant services. It can also be a school child or a college child. So a person who's going from school to college, we all have been there, right? We are so used to wearing school dress. Our wardrobe does not have much. And when you go to college, you need to have your casuals ready. When you go from college to corporate, it's again a very big shift. And how much do you speak when you're a college grad? You're full of energy, you're bubbly, and then all of a sudden when you go to corporate, it's a very serious environment. So when do you open your mouth? What do you really wear? How ironed your clothes should be? And you're on a budget because you've just started earning. So how do you maximize the value of your buck is what an image consultant will help you with.
See, I talked to you more and I enlightened more and more. I think this is a very vast market base which requires your services. So I wish you all the best, and it was my personal pleasure to talk to you, Archika. And I wish you all the best in your career. Hopefully, we will
Thank
catch
you
up
so much.
again sometime and learn about your line of business more.
Nice. Okay, I enjoyed it thoroughly. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you, and bye bye.
My pleasure. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. So in this edition of Top Brass, we will talk about a recent skirmish which is happening at the border of India and China as countries, and we had casualties, and now China is shyly and sheepishly saying that hey, they also had the casualties. So as far as the Indian army is concerned, we have counted 43 stretchers, so 43 dead bodies. Even the Americans have said there are 43 dead bodies on the Chinese side. And on the Indian side, we know we have been very democratic, and we cannot hide in India things like this. So we have lost 20 soldiers in this skirmish, and we have lost all these soldiers without firing a single bullet, because both sides, in fact, I am not saying that Chinese fired a bullet, but Chinese broke the agreement that India and China had for not using any arms at the border. But they have used baseball with iron nails, stick used with barbed wires. So they came prepared with these kind of weapons, and they attacked the Indian soldiers, and consequently this whole brawl erupted between Indian and army. And I think as per the news which is in the media, almost like the brigade size force fought with these primitive Neanderthal type weapons. So let us try to understand what is going on, and what is the stand of China and what is the stand of India in little bit more detail. So as you know friends, before we get into the geography of or the geopolitical status between India and China, let us understand where these two countries stand today. The India is the world largest democracy, and I will not talk about it what is democracy and all that. India is well recognized world largest democracy with very high population, almost equal to Chinese population of 1.3 to 1.4 billion people. On the other hand, China is a communist country which does not have any democracy. The right of choosing is not with the people or the citizens of that country, it's with the political party. So literally the political party in that huge country makes the decisions, and then they have a draconian kind of a rule where the power is highly centralized. So soon after the independence was awarded to both these countries, which is India and China, the India started building their country by coming out with different plans to eradicate poverty, to adopt modernization, to choose what they have to do. And the Chinese, on the other hand, were right from 1950s were on the mission of grabbing land of other countries. So a lot of things happened, even though our political class was very friendly with China. In fact, the Indian political class sacrificed their permanent position in United Nations, and they said that it will be wrong on our part if China is not part of United Nations. So we will let go. We will show a larger heart and let go the seat. And our first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, proposed the name of China, and that's how China became the part of United Nations as a permanent member, and they today have the veto power. So India as a country is not there. However, China invaded India, there were border disputes, um, but before they invaded India, they first invaded Tibet, and they completely annexed Tibet, and Tibet is has a government which is running from a small place in India, and they call the Tibet government in exile, whereas the country of Tibet, which is primarily comprised of the Buddhist monks who were peaceful, and they didn't have the army like the Chinese army or the PLA army, so they had nowhere to go, so they ran off and they came to India. So when they awarded to China and India, the Chinese border did not connect with Indian border as much. I mean, there were few places where it connected, because primarily it was all Tibet in the north of India, which does not exist today. So Tibet as a country has been invaded by China, and they said this is our land and it belongs to us, and so on. But there is a very strategic Reason for it, Tibet being a plateau, it was very easy for the Chinese people or the army or soldiers to come all the way to India, because even without building roads, you can drive vehicles on the plateau, which is made of very hard rock and there's hardly any soil on it. So you could travel all the way to Indian border, and then they start demanding Indian territories as part of the Chinese empire. So they didn't have to build a huge infrastructure to invade India. All they had to do is take over Tibet, and that's it. They could roll their trucks, they could roll their tanks, they could build their supply chains up to the border of India. So the battle happened. India lost miserably. Chinese acquired a lot of areas of India, and till today we lay claim on those territories which have been acquired by China in 1962 war. However, all these regions which have been acquired by China in 1962 are very, very strategic in nature, but difficult for anybody to live there. So their position or claim on those regions are only strategic in nature, and they go back from their post from these highlands in winters, because there is a cost of putting soldiers so high in the mountains. So they actually also return back to their post, which is in the Tibet area, and those highlands are vulnerable during winters, but no one can actually visit those places because it's so high and they are so cold. Now, in month of November, Indian Parliament declared the area as part of India, which was acquired by China in 1962, and that is where, because it was winters, so it was very predictable that China will do something in summers. So now summers, they have invaded into our region, and now we are actually holding them back. Not even a single inch of Indian territory has been given to China. We are holding them, and we are matching their might equal to equal. So that is where we are, and the skirmish happened a few days back, so I think we all know about it. But the reality of the situation is that the China is doing this at the right time, because United States will be busy in their elections. They have their own issues, and so they are not going to come and join this whatever is happening between India and China. At the same time, none of the countries want war. So China, being a communist ruled country which is ruled by few people, um, the the messaging which China wants to give is basically at the right time, where they know that they can do whatever during this time, because America is going through the election, and the world is tackling Corona. So nobody has time to fight all these border disputes so high up in the mountain. So they are actually not doing they are not doing any battle or anything. They are just sending a message. Now, on the other hand, even if somebody has to go on war, the war plan has to be planned in such a way that there is a clear objective. So Chinese have a clear objective, and they also have a war plan, and so is India. So India has a very clear objective, and they are also having a war plan. So the war plan is not something that, hey, I pick up my gun and go into battle, kill few Chinese, and that's it, I have got the victory. The war plan is always made keeping an objective in mind, and if the objective is not met, that means you have lost the war itself. That is when the battles are lost, when the wars are lost, is because of these issues. So I think that both countries have their war plan laid out, and they are working on plan. So it's not that somebody has to go and show bravado, because it's not going to yield anything without an objective in mind. So the China has a war machinery which is at work. They have a clear objective in mind, that is, they are sending a message to different parties, different countries. They got major differences with India with regard to business, because all the business is now ready to come out of China and get into countries like India, Malaysia, Vietnam, etc., and probably United States as well. So having made that point, when I say war plan, The war plan is also has propaganda machinery as part of the uh, the propaganda machinery as part of the plan itself. And China being a communist party ruled country, right from last 100 years we have seen that the communism comes with a huge amount of propaganda. So there is already a built-in mechanism to do propaganda, as what is happening right now. They're holding ground, Indians are holding ground, not even an inch of land is exchanged between them. And there is a propaganda which is going on. The propaganda is that we are the big boys in this region. If you want something, come and talk to us and not to India. Second, they are sending a message, very aggressive message, just like they have done in the South China Sea. They are also raking up issues with Taiwan. They are also raking up issues with Hong Kong. They are having a border dispute with Vietnam, and so on and so forth. So I think they are actually heating up all these issues because they know that um, it's a message they are trying to send, and they don't want to change the geopolitical situation which is prevailing right now, and they don't want India to become important in the scheme of things. So this whole invasion sorts of on India is part of propaganda. That is what I wanted to bring to you today. And let's come to the situation uh, which is happening at Galwan Valley. This is where the standoff between India and China is unfolding. So this is a valley which is on the east of a state in India called Ladakh. And as you can see, these are all pictures which are freely available, uh, taken by the private satellites. And then you can see that you can make out who's sitting where. So you can make out the Indians have this equipment, so many soldiers. In fact, the images are so clear you can actually count the structures which are there in this valley area. And on the Chinese side, same thing. They have heavy earth moving machines, they have heavy machinery, they have a lot of soldiers, ambulances, and all that. So there, all this is an open. And as you can see in these pictures which I downloaded from the net, there is no water in this river. So that means somebody has diverted the water. So it must be Chinese or India. I don't know what are the facts around it.
We've
So I
all
don't
been
want to
told
make
what
any
success
comment on
looks
that.
like.
But the water in the river is not there. It has been diverted so that people can come and occupy these places. So there is one side of the river in Galwan Valley is India, other side is China, and they are sitting in front of each other. Now the whole point is, if China is trying to have a fight with India, then why they are doing it openly in today's world, where you can watch every move your opponent makes via satellite and also via aeroplane, reconnaissance sorties, and eyes on the ground. So you know exactly, everybody is watching you. There is enough intelligence built in with India and also with China. They can watch every move that we make, and we can watch every move they make. So why keep things in open, right? It's like this: if India wants to bomb them, here it is. It's a very juicy target. Come and bomb us. So it's like that. So I think that is why I'm saying, I'm going back to my previous point, that whatever China is doing is part of a big propaganda machine. They are just saying that, hey, here we are, showing their muscle, and they are not showing muscle to India alone. They are showing to the world that here we are, do what you want, we are going to do this. But India is stopping them. So this is what I wanted to bring to you, that whatever happens between India and China, it's all fronts are open. It's not only military fronts. There are fronts which are related to propaganda. There is a machinery which is at work. The people who are on the left and ultra left side, they are building a narrative across all countries. So that kind of a lobbying is going on. Uh, Twitter wars are going on. There is a Twitterites are going, berserk, talking about different things and all that. Nutshell, my thinking is that no country can afford a war, because the war, if the country has a war between countries like India and China, there will be no result out of it, because both countries are equally comparable, capable, and they cannot be won over, or you cannot just do come and kill everybody and acquire the land. It's not going to happen. So I don't think there is going to be any big war between India and China, but I think there's going to be a big propaganda war which will continue for some more time. So friends, this is my analysis of the situation. I look forward to your comments, and also if you like this video and what I have told you with facts, do write to me. I will respond to you as quickly as possible. See you until next time. Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant, and in this series, as you already know, that we are discussing about the digital quotient, which is the next level of intellect measurement, and the digital knowledge plays a major role in understanding the humans, professionals, about their ability to find relevance in the industry which is going to come forward. So we have already discussed a few aspects about what is going to happen, what is the digital question. So in this session we will talk about the optimum use of technology. See, the DQ as it stands today is responsible for making sure that people with higher DQ will be more relevant, and they will be selected by the large enterprises as a workforce in the next decade or so. Now, when we say DQ, understanding of digital knowledge, it doesn't mean that they have to have futuristic knowledge. They have to have the right knowledge which works today, as well as continue their career for next 2 decades. So what is the optimum use of technology? As the name suggests, is that all walks of life are undergoing major changes today. So if you look at uh, the schools used to look like this. The schools were already quite automated. Each PC was given, individual PCs were given to students in some of the high-end schools, but almost all schools have the computer lab, and toddlers who are in the second or third standards are learning to code. So the schools have changed quite a bit. They rely heavily on the internet, they rely heavily on the school ERPs. But from 2020 onwards, since the DQ is going to play a major role, the schools are also transforming into something new. So because of lockdown, because of COVID, this is how the school looks like. So you see, the school has transformed from a classroom with computers on the table to a desk in your house, and the kid is actually using his personal computer to access his school system. So what has changed now? I mean, this technology was always there, and now it has been optimally taken to the people, to the students, and the students are now realizing the power of the internet, that they can access like a classroom from anywhere, any part of the world. They can access and join the school class along with the teacher, where the teacher can actually come using a video platform, and using audio video the training of different subjects can be imparted. In fact, on the digital platform, what is required optimally is the e-learning module. Also required is a video platform, so that the teacher can operationalize the education part of it, and some sort of scoring system, some sort of hard disk where each individual work is stored, and there is an assessment. So this completes the school environment, and the students are using it. So I think that there has been a profound changes to the way we actually work, and the people or the students who are studying in an offline manner but in an online platform uh, will be much more inclined to have higher DQ in years to come. Similarly, this is a photo of a usual office where you get a couple of TV screens or a monitor, and you go to office, go to your meeting room, discuss with your colleagues, make presentations, give presentation, call clients, have a client meeting, have your staff meetings, have your peer meetings, and so on. So you go to a place of work and discuss things uh, in terms of how do you deliver. But even that office is now gone work from home, and this is how the typical office looks like today. So the office environment is also completely changed. People are working from home. In fact, there are a lot of organizations which are giving benefits like working from home forever. So I think you have to go to office once in a month, maybe for half an hour, just to have a cup of coffee with your colleagues in a physical world. But most of the time you're working from home, and what it takes for you to work from home is a VPN connection given by your office, which is secure, makes it secure if you connect using VPN. Then you have all this paraphernalia along with it. You have a touchpad, you have speakers, you have camera, you have your mobile phones, and so on. This is how you actually work in an office today. Going forward, people who are more comfortable with this environment will have higher DQ in order to cope up with next things, next wave of higher technology which is going to hit us. The next wave of higher technology which will hit us is the real virtual environment. Now, when I say real virtual environment, it's really the virtual office, virtual school. So, what is virtual office? Virtual office is that it actually replicates uh, physical environment into your work from home scenario. So, say for example, you want to have a cup of coffee with your person. The person brings his coffee, you bring your own coffee, and you get into a huddle room. And the system will be available in future which will provide a huddle session within your system, so on your VPN. So this is how things are going to change and take shape in future. So you will have virtual colleges, virtual schools, virtual office, and so on. Now this is something which is quite optimum. You can use these technologies which has been there for quite some time, but now you're leveraging to your own benefit. You are now bringing a lot of internet of things into this scenario. You may probably get into a virtual reality scenario, who knows. But people with higher DQ will destined to succeed in this new change. Now we have already discussed about the office environment and the school environment. What about the physical activity? What about manufacturing? Wait, there are changes happening there as well. Now this is a typical picture of a 3D printer which you can buy off the shelf from Amazon. So what does it do? You can plan things, you can design things, and you can then make a physical model out of your design. This is exactly what is happening. Now think about a situation where you take a 3D printer offshore, and the 3D printer is kept there, and it is supposed to build something. So what a person has to do from his office, he has to establish a link using internet with his 3D printer and give it a command remotely. So you see there are changes happening in the manufacturing arena also. In the future there will be a lot of 3D printers, and people will have to work, technicians or people or foremen who usually work in the factory will have to give command from their virtual office sitting at their work from home scenario. So even there the changes are profound and which are happening. So people with higher DQ will get better employment of in the manufacturing arena, in the factories, because they don't have to go to the factory, they have to work, but they have to control the machinery using their systems, using their home PC, and get connected to 3D printers or any other device, and so on. There has been a lot of similar arenas in the medical also, where the operations are being done by robotic arms, but the robotic arms are being controlled by doctors who are operating the patient from 10,000 kilometers. So things are very rapidly changing. Everyone should embrace this change, because world is not going to wait for those people who don't have higher DQ. So it is important to understand these changes which are happening, and everyone should try or stride harder to get more of the higher DQ, in terms of staying relevant, creating opportunities, or leveraging opportunities which are being generated by the industry of the future. So this is something which I wanted to bring to you about optimum utilization of technology, and understanding how you can optimally utilize the technology. So dear friends, I will meet you next time in this series called DQ from Top Brass. Do write to me if you have any questions, any other subject which you want to cover. We will cover that in this series. And if you have any questions, do write to me. We will take up those questions in the next program. Bye bye, and see you next time. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to discuss something which is affecting all of us, and this is about transition from SEO world to the video marketing world. And before we start our discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Nebul Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, the world of digital. What's 10 years ago, there was all this ideas of search engine optimization, which is shortened as SEO, as we always like to do three-letter acronyms. Um, so we're in the SEO world, but now we're sort of transferring our effort, I think, more and more into video. It's not surprising, as we've seen YouTube change their policies and practices over the last 3 or 4 years. So let's just look at that for one moment, CK, and see what YouTube have done, which strengthens the fact that actually organizations should be looking more at the video world, the short video world, the animation world. What have YouTube, because you've been pretty close to advertising and putting promos up on YouTube over the last 4 or 5 years. What dramatic changes have happened on YouTube?
I think, Neville, the reason for going for SEO services was basically to get searched. That was the idea behind uh, going for the SEO services. That if you're selling some XYZ services, and if somebody is interested in that service, your name should pop up there. For example, your name can be say Xerox, and if somebody is looking for photocopying, so Xerox and photocopy are totally different things. It starts from P, the Xerox starts from X, but if you search for photocopy, Xerox should pop in. And that was the emergence of the SEO services, and there are a lot of technologies which were built in into doing a proper SEO. And the website ranking. This is all started by and leveraged by Google, because Google was the search engine, And if somebody is searching for something on Google, it is all based on keywords. And the SEO was great in demand because Google said, "Hey, I've got these 5 to 6 algorithms, and if you follow these algorithms, your business will get searched, and you will be among the top pages." To reach there, the ranking played a major role. Now, what has happened is that your ranking is there, it is relevant. Somebody, when they search, their search should be on the first few pages of the Google search. However, the instant gratification of getting the client interested in you is happening more from the video platform. So in my opinion, what has changed is that the SEO is sort of a menace which is required for certain businesses, or in certain cases it could be mandatory. But if you want to reach out to your client instantly with instant gratification without any rating, etc., required, video has become a very, very go-to platform today.
Yeah. I think not just a go-to platform, but at the same time, we've actually seen YouTube changing their structure, their philosophy in many respects. I just before Christmas, you were fortunate enough to be more recognized from YouTube because of the activity you've been putting on there. And I think they seem to be doing more and more in that promotion type of arena where it's attracting more people to that particular platform. Not only YouTube, of course, but we've seen Vimeo, which is another interesting platform. And more organizations are realizing that just like with TikTok, you can do a very quick little video. And we've seen how those little videos have gone viral. They've gone viral in the social context, but of course, a lot of people are selling in a social context. So we're actually seeing more personal animation. I mean, I think we've moved away, or certainly what I've seen. Correct me if I'm wrong here. People have moved away from the animated arena, the scribble type arena. Where it unfolds on the screen and it's someone else's hand doing it. Um, and again, I've noticed that all of these type of organisations have drastically reduced their prices because of competition. And it's not competition from their own part of the industry, it's actually competition from the video side. What do you think of that? These are just my perceptions, by the way. I'm only looking at this from how I see it. I've not really delved into any in-depth document here, but as a user of this arena, this is what I've seen change over the last 3 or 4 years. What do you think?
I think your observation is absolutely on the dot, Neville. Uh, there was a time when people were not very comfortable with coming on in front of the camera, and they were shying away from making videos. Yet, video has emerged as a very good, very powerful tool. So, there was an emergence of this scribbling software, or we also call them doodling. So, these doodles, you don't have
Yep.
to face the camera, but you can draw it. You have concept in your mind, you can draw it, and there are different doodling softwares which will help you create these animation. And the idea was that you make 1 or 2 minutes messaging videos for your audience. But now you rightly pointed out, Neville, that the YouTube has also changed their algorithms, and now they are promoting a longer video. We were living in the era just 12 months back that if your video is like 5 minutes, it's too long, people will not watch. But now, if it is 5 minutes, it's too short. So you have to make a substantial duration. You have to incorporate substantial duration in your video so that a meaningful dialogue can be maintained with your audience. So I think that is where the change that has happened, and these doodling softwares are now seeing the sunset. Um, but there is an emergence of AI based software which will do things automatically. For example, if I am talking something like some certain keywords, while recording, it will pop up that animation on the side of my face. So things like that are now coming up. There are a lot of innovation happening, which is the next level. And you can format your videos on the fly, and they look very professional, very beautiful.
You're absolutely right. They do look very professional. And so we've seen a huge transition over the last 4 or 5 years. And AI has really helped in this transition because we are becoming more professional, even from a small type arena. And I think you're right also that people are now realizing that people buy from people. Remember this phrase that we keep saying from time to time, and people say, "What do you mean by that?" People buy from people. Of course they do, you know? Well, well, we have to realize that it's the relationship why people buy from people. I'm not talking about commodities now, where you can go and Google it, and Amazon has got 15 providers all doing it within 2 rupees difference, So one can deliver it within the next 10 hours, and the other one you're going to get it tomorrow. So it's consumer choice. I'm not talking necessarily about that type of product arena, but I am talking about the service type arena where people really do buy from people because it's a service. It's not something that is going to be typically a one-off. You're going to have a relationship with someone for a period of time. Whether that's a few days, a week, a month, maybe a year, 18 months. I mean, we all know when we renew our mobile phone contract, it's a commodity now because there are so many mobile phone providers out there. But in the first days, I was thinking, do I really want to have an O2 contract, or what's the coverage? What about Vodafone? What's the coverage there? What about Three? Three's coming in. So all of those things would come through my mind, and I would then talk to somebody, you know, an informed person on a high street that's just to give me some advice. So people were buying from people still. Yes, it's moved into a commodity, and it's a lot easier to buy these things these days because we're probably more more learned, if you like. We've got more experience, more understanding. But it comes back to this word relationship. We talk about it all the time. And we also in the past have said from contact to contract is one simple letter, and that's the letter R. And again, R stands for relationship. So it's this relationship building that I think most people now are realizing we can do that quicker on a video. Do you think that is now becoming more the norm? People are realizing that they're having to build that relationship from a very personal standing, and that's why the scribble and the doodle is sort of, as you say, it's their sunset. I think they'll never fade away completely. I think they'll always be there because it's a nice little tool to have, but certainly it won't be the top marketing tool that people go to. But what do you think it's about? People are realizing now that it's their personality perhaps that needs to shine through.
Yes, especially in the arena of digital world, when 40 to 50% of the workforce would work like this going forward. The all the works are getting transitioned to the digital platform and work from home scenario. So it will be very very important for people to sell themselves, and when they sell themselves by way of video, they reach out to the audience instantly. It's an instant gratification, as I said in the beginning. So you can reach out to the audience and you can appeal to them, you can connect with them, without waiting for results of your advertising to come back to you. Because if you advertise in a magazine, you will probably realize the effect of it after 6 months. But here in video, it is instant, and then you can drive your organization from the front. You can actually be, instead of sending emails to your people, you can just do a video every day, and all of them will watch it. Now extend this concept. If you make a video about your product or your service, you have the ability to reach out to 100 people. But with this video platform, you can now reach out to 100,000. So it is it is going beyond usual marketing, digital marketing trends and instant gratification. All you have to do is you have to make an appealing video. You have to be able to connect with people. You have to be able to make sure that you are winning the mind share of the people. And talking about Doodle and Scribble, those kind of softwares, I think it's Genesis. If they stick around with the same thing that they have been providing to the client, obviously they will see the sunset. But they have to bring in these AI based stuff to enhance their offering. And that is how they can also grow. So I'm sure they must be doing it. It's their business. They must be watching it. But if you are just a layman with no gadgets to help you, but you're smart, you can make your video for free and we can reach out to 10,000 people for free without spending a dime in SEO or social media marketing.
You're absolutely right, and there is always this concept for SMEs. It's like those three words that would always attract people: free, chocolate, and sex. Well, we're talking about free here. You know, if you can put the other two into your little video, then you're going to get people's attention, because it's those sort of things that do get people's attention. You know, not necessarily a very dour interview like this that no one's going to not watch, and typically not the BBC. You know, welcome to the 6 o'clock news. I mean, those days have all gone. You know, people need to see you as an individual, because when they eventually see you, then they feel as though they know you, and I think that's the key here. And we started this discussion off with SEO to video. I think SEO is still important, but my personal opinion is people people are no longer, and I may be shot down here by lots of people that are talking about SEO and and selling SEO services, but I don't think people are in the mindset of these days of searching. I don't really think that, on balance, the majority of people now are in this search mentality. You know, like the original Yale.com. You know, you would go onto Yale.com and you would find a plumber in Delhi, and it was there for you, and it was focusing your brain to search in that manner. I think those days are definitely on the wane. You know, to use your term, sunset. I think the sunset is coming for those, and I think SEO services, the sunset's coming as well, even if it's not already there. But I think people now they're smarter. They ask their friends, you know, what would you recommend? That's their type of search. Um, and I think actually, I think TikTok has got a lot to be thankful for here, despite the fact it's been banned in India. I think the TikTok style of arena has got a lot of people through lockdowns around the world. These things have gone viral very quickly because people are desperate to talk to each other. We are human animals at the end of the day, and we need to collaborate with others. That fires up our DNA, if you like. It gets the adrenaline moving. So I think, on balance, you know, as far as I'm concerned, video has been the way to go and should be the way to be thinking. So if you're out there thinking about doing your first video, don't think anymore. Go and do it. As you said, CK, it's so easy and it is cheap. You know, you can even get a little tripod or even hold this from a distance and talk into it and just record it. And the nice thing about that is, if you don't like it, delete it, do it again. And then if you don't like that one, you could delete it and do it again. Notice I'm saying delete it, because these things do take up quite a bit of storage. You know, as we move from just a few pages of digital script into video script, the bandwidth and the storage capability goes up quite considerably. So think about that if you're going to be doing it, but go ahead and do it. Send it to us. We'll quite happily share it out with other people and see what they think. And don't be worried about it, because eventually people do see you in real life. You know, when they buy from you, they will see you typically. So get on with it. Get out into the video world and have some fun.
Right. And in fact, when we talk about SEO, I think there are very advanced technologies which are now available. Things like predictive analytics, etc., which are basically moving away from SEO, or rather doing SEO automatically. For example, if you go to buy any commodity, for next 10 days, you will be bombarded with those messages that, hey, you were looking for this, and now here are the different vendors. So I think you don't have to really do an SEO. All you have to do is basically be part of a retail outlet like Amazon. But here we are talking about the next arena where people have to sell, lead the organization, sell their services, consulting services, and going forward, 40% of these jobs will be of this type, the digital arena type. So I think it is very important for people to get hooked on to the digital platforms, use the video as a very powerful tool to reach out to your audience. And I think you rightly said, Neville, I think we all have to move on. It's free and we have to try it out. Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. I think that's the term for this week. Don't be shy. Get out there. Always a pleasure speaking with you, CK. Good luck, everybody. Get your videos out there. Come on, have some fun.
Thank you, Neville, and we'll catch up with something more interesting tomorrow. Bye bye.
Cheerio.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Multiverse and welcome to our show. Today we have a very interesting topic to discuss, and that is space colonization. When we talk about space colonization, it is an expansion of human society. A part of this, it's a common objective and of course objection for colonizing in a commodification way, of the cosmos. And though there's no colonies as yet, but we are planning. I mean, human race is planning. And why we are not able to make any colonies so far is because there's a lot of technical and economical challenge. So we need to support the whole of humankind, the needs of humankind in the space. So it's quite a difficult, and I think it's also impractical when on Earth only we are engaged in war. We have situations like economic inequality and of course temperamental equations don't gel many times. So it is becoming, it is becoming, and I think scientists think about all these parameters when we think of space colonization, because we have to pursue our dream of going out in cosmos, creating our home there, leaving Earth with a controlled economical, ecological life support system. And there we need a lot of uh, personal training and other educational skill to really go and live in our space. To discuss this more, we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate trainings. He is also my colleague. He's associated with radio broadcasting. A part of this, he is also a very good reader when it comes to space and heavenly bodies. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you?
Mangal, Mangal, Mangal. How are you, Kanchan? It's a great day. How have you been?
Yeah,
I see you in space.
Yeah, I'm fine, and I am really so excited to know your views about colonizing space. So I thought, let me think more ideas on how eventually we can go travel in the space in an air spacecraft.
Kanchan.
Yes.
Yes, Kanchan. So, Kanchan, I remember one great statement by a famous scientist, Stephen Hawking. He said that if humans do not plan to leave the planet in 100 years, they may not been a lot of predictions, lot of discussions, lot of theories and papers and facts and fiction about a human extinction. And because of that human extinction, this is being planned that humans should move out of this planet, and then they should try to colonize their solar system partners. Venus is one candidate. Mars has been more better candidates, though from a perspective of similarities, Venus is closer, but there are much more tempting visions about Mars, and therefore, and Mars has been from the folklore, from mythology, and from the various world cultures. Mars has always been observed in the sky as a red dot,
Right.
and a bigger, and therefore, this discussion about escaping the planet for a better future for the human race finds its charm. And there have been more or less the government interventions, government laboratories like NASA, like from USA, and then ISRO from India, CNSA, Chinese National Space Organization, and many more, Japan Space Agency, European space agencies. Recently, in last decade or so, there have been private space flight companies also have come up. For example, SpaceX by Elon Musk and Virgin Galactic, and there are several others as well. So there is a great demand that is going to be generated over the decades, centuries, and beyond centuries, Kanchan, to have some kind of rovers or orbiters to actually explore the surface. Mars is easier to explore, it seems, as compared to Venus or Jupiter or Saturn. You know, it's more or less the number of hours is 24 hours, 39 minutes, 35 seconds a day, which is also called sol on the Martian lingo. And from a rotation point of view, around the sun, it is 687 days. Red soil of that planet suggests the soil had been fertile. The recent orbiters or the rovers have also shown some craters, rivers, volcanoes. So there is a lot of hope for humanity. What do you think?
Well, I think is that Mars, as you say, is one of the candidates where human can race really look up to. But what I feel is Venus is more better because we can make a cloud city on Venus, because there is a possibility of getting 21% kind of oxygen, and then we have 50% carbon dioxide. So that is a better candidate actually. So see the view when we have a cloud city on Venus and we are floating, and we are floating among these beautiful clouds, and also watching our dear Earth from there. So that will be a very, very magnificent scene, isn't it?
No wonder you said that, and that's why somebody had said women are from Venus and men are from Mars. I'm sure So we will definitely get into a debate about Mars or Venus. And I think the space agencies across the world, the astronomers, the astronauts, and the scientific community is actually too much bent on learning which one is the best for human colonization. The importance of the human colonization is not just carrying humans from this planet to another planet. I also think that it is important to colonize it in a way which actually is the best practice and then trying to settle down there. So we recently in this 2020 we had a UAE mission by UAE Space Agency,
Right.
which is called Hope. It is scheduled to reach Mars on February 2021. Then we Tianwen 1 by China, Mars 2020 by NASA, then ExoMars program by Roscosmos and the European Space Agency. Roscosmos is the Russian. And then we have our ISRO's Mars Orbiter Mission 2. So there are two distinct stuff here. One is the orbiter, one is the rover. Now, rover is the one which actually gets to the soil, whether it is Mars or I think we have only planned only Mars rovers. Nobody has planned Venus rovers yet. So I think it is important the amount of money, the amount of effort, time that has been spent on Mars. I think in another 10 to 30 years, Kanchan, we will live to see, I will live to see the first humans going to the Mars. Though it is a one-way ticket as of now, given the speed of the rocket or carrying the humans, but I think I would live to see the first humans going there. I would love to sign up for that as well, even if it is for a one-way trip. Because that is like those people who reached the moon in 1969. They said one small step for mankind, and that is the kind of things will happen. Statements would come when we land up on Mars, and I think it is important for us to study and we need to encourage. The governments need to encourage the private space flight as well, so that not just for the fun purpose, as we also see that angle, but more from the cost of traveling to the outer space should be reduced, and it should probably get free from the government clutches that it is as of today.
Well, you vote for Mars and I vote for Venus. Why? Let me tell you. But at present, it has been established that the gravity of Mars is 0.38 times that of the Earth, and that will be insufficient to avoid the decrease of muscle mass and of course bone decalcification. And a part of this, Venus is closer to Earth, and the size is somehow similar to Earth, and it is the surface area. The gravity surface is also very near to Earth parameters what we need. So the most exploration and colonization, I think, will be more appropriate if we focus on Venus, and especially when on a cloud city, because Venus as a planet is very harsh, but above that Venus we have that kind of, we can create that kind of atmosphere for human survival.
Yes, Kanchan. And I am beyond the science, beyond the facts, beyond the maths that is around it and known already. I always keep thinking about the behavioral aspects of humans reaching either to Venus or to Mars. As we have seen in the movie Avatar and countless other movies of the science fiction, I think it would be important that we carry with us a new thought, a new society, probably a utopian society rather than a dystopian society. We should carry egalitarianism with us to the different planets when we go there. As per one of the studies that I was studying, reading some time back, the first humans, when they reach Mars, and then they start mutating or creating children on the Mars specific humans, probably we may not even call them humans, we may call them something else. So let's, for today, we call them humans. The humans specific, customized, specific for the Mars will only start to be seen in 60,000 years from the day the humans land on the red planet. So probably this math could differ when if humans land on Venus. My wholehearted support for the scientific community, because what we have seen on this planet and the way the climate change is happening in last 70 or 100 recorded years, Kanchan, it's a worrying concern about the viability of the planet, the population that this planet is feeding into, and therefore it's important for us to land on. Probably Moon can be used as a station, a junction to jump towards the Mars. So I believe these a lot of books have been written. Around 41 novels are based on just Mars. And very popular one, Mars Trilogy by Kim Stanley Robinson, Red Mars, Green Mars, Blue Mars. And we have seen recently some Martian a movie called Martian. And so I must think that scientific community, along with the behavioral scientists, along with the psychologists, and a whole human population should participate in thinking what kind of colonization we are planning in our solar system, because that will set up a precedence for future centuries later, when we would try to go beyond our solar system. Our Some of the orbiters or satellites, they have already left the solar system. They are into the deep space in our galaxies, and it is very, very important what do we carry from here and how do we plan it there. Anyway, it will take its own shape because gravity is different, atmosphere is different, soil is different, and there are so many different factors which we don't even know as of today.
Yes, I think as you are betting for Mars settlement, and I agree that when it comes to Venus, we have some crucial point which are making delaying this colonization dream. First is that it is very hot on the surface of Venus, and second, it is 90 times the atmosphere pressure on Venus is 90 times more than Earth. So it makes difficulty in really going on the surface of Venus, though in Soviet Union has already sent Venera 5 and Venera 6 to do study, but then it got damaged even only 18 kilometers above the surface, from the surface of Venus. So these are few things which are making the research and development of any cosmos settlement. But yes, scientists are thinking of a floating city on Venus, which is uh, which is appropriate for human settlement, because the oxygen level we can maintain in that particular bed. So I look forward and I vote for Venus Sky City rather than going on Mars and starting from very scratch, taking a printer also will not help, especially in Mars, because there is scarcity of water in both the planets. Not only in Venus, but Mars also we have a lot of, there's a scarcity of water. So all these are is a hindrance in our dream, in our plans for traveling and making a settlement in the cosmos, but we are working, and I'm voting for Sky City on Venus.
Well, I can already see that you are traveling already in the outer space with your Akulmach logo, and thankfully that is still, the Earth is still to be seen in the background. So I hope you will not go too far and you will carry. But there will be a time when we would say to our friends, "Hey, I have an uncle living on Mars, or I have an aunt living in Venus. I'm going for a vacation on these places." And this is not a pipe dream, Kanchan. Nobody knew that this was possible 100 years back. And I'm sure that in 200 years from now, 300 years from now, this would be like, taking a plane from Delhi to Chicago. Yeah. And I wish that happens, and humans have a better prospects. They have a better rather, let us not use the word colonization, because that has got some negative connotations on our planet. Let's say something else, probably some other word which we need to think. And therefore it is important for us to move beyond this planet. Probably then we would be able to appreciate when we are far from our planet Earth. Then we would appreciate, as humans generally appreciate, when things are not around them or they are far from the things. And that will open up the real possibility of interplanetary travel. And once in few hundred years we are there, in interplanetary travel becomes easier, then the humans, or the whoever in the Martian people or Venus people, they would then take exploration towards intergalactic travel, like we saw in the movie Interstellar.
Yes, definitely. But I also want to put forward one more crucial point, is that in case if we want to travel to outer space, we have to do a little bit training in terms of uh, matching our IQ, matching our customs situations, rather than we have to seamlessly and very accurately press our differences down and come up, as we say in Hindi, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, and we have that kind of temperament to really travel, because then we will be otherwise we will be taking a war from here to galactic level, I guess. So I think this also needs a lot of training, a lot of patience, which is very, very important in case if we really want to settle down and take human race to the outer space. Uh, what are your ideas on this front?
So, as I said, Kanchan, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam is the utopian society that we all dream for. And that has been more or less an acceptable concept for the human beings to be on this planet. At the same time, there are challenges in a utopian society, and there are limits to Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam as well. And then we have some thought process of a dystopian society, which is just an antonym of the utopian society. And then it comes about the equality of human beings, which is also called egalitarianism. But again, what I think is that these are the human concepts that we have developed. We are dealing with a space which is unknown because there are so many other factors which we still don't know. I can't even claim that we know 50% of the Mars exploration today. As long as the first human beings don't set up their foot on Venus or Mars, we would not be able to say that. So whether Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam or other of what kind of societies we are going to create, we don't know. The other thing is that what kind of societies they will eventually become, we really don't know. So it is important for us. There was some mission many years back, I remember, by NASA, which they sent out to the outer space, which actually passed from our solar system and went into our uh, out of our solar system into the galaxy, and it is carrying so many languages written on a golden plaque
Right.
by multiple cultures. Multiple languages are written. Probably some alien somewhere would be able to read and figure out whom from where it is coming. So we are dealing with the unknown. The way these budgets are being passed is all in the positive dreams, good dreams for the humanity, best dreams for safeguarding this planet. But we really don't know on that side. When we reach there, we will know. So I hope our wisdom prevails. Our scientific community is prepared, and the kind of news that we read today, we should read more and more. And I think our children in the schools, space exploration should become as a subject. And why this has not been as a subject in the schools from a very early age is something that baffles me.
Yes, it should be taught in schools, because if we are really planning and space is now opening up, all new scientific research are being done in this particular arena. So I think we should have a separate subject like cosmos or space, where uh, they children from a very early age should know, rather than it be a part of geography or history or civil science. So I really agree on this point, because and it is very very essential. First of all, once you have that kind of knowledge, you should also have a life skill knowledge to really living in space. That should also be part of the curriculum, because in any way we have to live. Suppose a human race goes on in space, and they have to live in a controlled ecological life support system. Now on earth we are wasting, we are destroying our habitat every day. So that is also a part of learning we have to start, especially now. In case if you are maybe after 100 years you are seeking to have a settlement in any of these planet, anywhere in space, you have to prepare our young generation to live on earth in a better way, and then plan and go how we have to reach in space and create a separate, maybe second living space in the space.
Correct, Kanchan. Until all this happens, let me go and have a bite of my favorite Mars chocolate.
It was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh. We'll discuss some other interesting topic in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Land well, Kanchan. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And as you know, viewers, we are discussing the human rights, and this episode is in continuation, or rather part 2 of yesterday's episode, where we are discussing about right to education. So without further ado, let me welcome my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and a very well-known human rights activist across India. Nagesh, how are you today?
Hi, CK. I'm doing good. Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing me again to Akulmach. So I'm really delighted to be with you today.
Thank you very much, Nagesh. And as I've already introduced that this episode or this discussion is in continuation to our discussion as of yesterday, where we discussed about the right to education from the international perspective. But I think we are very eager to know how does it impact us as Indians, and we'd like to know your opinion.
Yes, CK, today we'll speak about right to education in India in particular. So, in India, the Constitution inserted Article 21A in the Constitution of India to provide free and compulsory education to all children in the age group of 6 to 14 years as a fundamental right. The right of children to free and compulsory education, that is RTE Act 2009, represents the consequential legislation which envisaged under Article 21A means that every child has a right to full-time elementary education of satisfactory and equitable quality in a formal school which satisfy certain essential norms and standards. Article 21A and RTE Act 2009 came into effect on April 1, 2010. The title of the Right to Education Act 2009 incorporates words like free and compulsory. Now, what is free education? Free education in India means that no child, other than a child who has been admitted by his or her parents to a school which is not supported by the appropriate government, shall be liable to pay any kind of fee or charges or expenses which may prevent him or her from pursuing and completing elementary education. So, if the child is not able to pay, then it is free education for him. So far as compulsory education is concerned, it casts an obligation on the appropriate government, that is the state government as well as the central government, or the local authorities to provide and ensure education and attendance and completion of elementary education by all children in the age from 16 to 14. So with this, India has moved forward to a right-based framework that casts a legal obligation on the central and state government to implement this fundamental child right as enshrined in Article 21A of the Constitution in accordance with the provisions of Right to Education Act 2009. Now, what does the Right to Education 2009 provides? It provides right of a child to free and compulsory education till completion of elementary education in a neighborhood school. That is, the neighborhood school means a school which is in the vicinity of 1 to 3 kilometers. Then it says compulsory education, which obligates the government to provide free elementary education and ensure compulsory admission, attendance, and completion of the elementary education to every child in the 6 to 14 age group. Free means that no child shall be liable to pay any kind of fee or charges or expenses which may prevent him or her for pursuing and completing elementary education. It makes provisions for a non-admitted child to be admitted to an age-appropriate class. It also specifies the duties and responsibilities of appropriate government and the local authority and parents in providing free and compulsory education. It also lays down certain norms and standards relating to uh, pupil-teacher ratio, buildings and infrastructure, school working days, teacher working hours, etc. It provides for prohibition of deployment of teachers for non-educational work, except elections or census, etc. And it provides for appointment of appropriately trained teachers, that is, teachers with requisite entry and academic qualification. It also prohibits, this is very important, it also prohibits physical punishment and mental harassment. There are other schemes of the government which are functional, like Service Shiksha Abhiyan, Integrated Child Development Services, that is ICDS, Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalay scheme. Then there is Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha scheme by Ministry of Human Resources Development, and midday meal scheme also, which is very important because uh, it is it was started in 1995 with a view to enhance enrollment and retention and attendance, and simultaneously improving nutritional levels among children. And then this scheme has been further amended and became a cooked midday meal scheme, under which every child in every government and government aided primary school was to be served a prepared midday meal uh, with some calories and proteins, etc., for 200 days. So this scheme has been extended from time to time, and this is the endeavor of the government, wherein the right of child to have free and compulsory education has been fulfilled by the government.
This is a very good information, Nagesh. I think many people may not know that it is the government's responsibility to provide free education, primary education, and probably in certain states, even the secondary education, along with the meals. So I think there are certain below poverty line parents who don't prefer to send their kids to school because they would like their kids to help them. Now there is an incentive for them to send to school because there is a midday food scheme. So they will study, get the primary education and also the food. So the parents don't have to worry about food for the children. It's remarkable. But my question to you would be, from legal standpoint, how all these schemes are implemented? Is there a department overlooking all this, or the schools have to follow certain reporting mechanism? What it is?
Yes, CK, actually, since it is an obligation of the state government and the central government and the local authority, so the Department of Education in the central ministry as well as in the state ministries have an obligation to see that the schemes as well as the right of the child is implemented. There has been some difficulties or we can say some roadblocks in implementation of these schemes. One is trafficking among children. You see, a lot of children are involved in trafficking in our country, whereby they are deprived of their right to education. Secondly, a lot of child labor is going on because usually we see that in villages, in rural areas, or in urban areas, children are forced to work to get some money to the household and contribute to the household. It is very difficult for a poor household to run if children do not contribute. And therefore, the mindset of the people is that children are made to work, though there is a restriction, it is illegal to have child labor, but because of their financial constraints, they are forced to work and do some menial works, or they are even employed in the factories and industries also, which is very unfortunate. So the government is trying its level best to implement right to education through the enactments as well as the schemes. But definitely the mindset of people has to change. People have to think that the girl child, the men, they first of all they have to bring equality among the girl child and the male child, and also allow the girl child to have this education, more particularly when it has become free in this country and compulsory also. So certain roadblocks are there in implementation for the government, but definitely we are catching up with the the rights, and trying to implement these schemes as well as the Right to Education Act.
In fact, today's discussion brings back some memories. A few years back, I got a chance to visit one of these private kitchens, which was providing, or rather, I would say, working under contract from one of the state governments to provide the midday meals. And it was so surprising, Nagesh. I feel very good to share this with you. The kitchen has not only provided employment to the rural people in the nearby villages, but they are feeding something like 100 villages. I mean, there are 100 schools, primary schools are being fed by this particular kitchen. And they are setting up records in terms of number of meals produced on a daily basis. And they've also mechanized the cooking mechanism where they don't use any carbon footprint based fuel. They used something very high tech stuff, and most of the cooking is done using gravity, and everything is so fresh. And when it is being cooked, the gravity is feeding, and from below the steam is rising, and that's how the different things are being cooked. It was remarkable experience. So I was like pleasantly surprised that even though India is such a large country with the population of 1.3 billion, the population itself offers so many challenges, but the innovation that we have and willingness to follow and to do the right thing in almost 99% of the population is remarkable.
Absolutely, I totally agree. In fact, this ICDS scheme of the government provides food and preschool education and primary health care to children who are less than 6 years of age and their mothers. So, this kind of schemes are very, very much available in India, so that right from the beginning, when a child is born, there is an encouragement by the government that we would provide food or primary health care to the mother and the child both, which is really welcoming in a country like India. And I'm sure these kind of schemes will definitely encourage people to send their children to school when there is a facility available, and do not care about um, getting them into menial jobs or household work. So it is very encouraging that we see a lot of schemes being implemented by the government, and the children are being educated, to the best possible way.
In fact, the message we are giving today, after discussing with Nagesh, is that the primary education in our country, which is India, and all 29 states of the Union, is free. It is obligation of the government. So I think the parents who are watching this program should know that there is no cost for providing primary education, and to a certain extent secondary education. Apart from that, we are also covering the right to food, because we discussed that few episodes back. But we are bringing that in this discussion, saying that the right of food to small children is also obligation of the government. So I think these are two things we are trying to convey to our viewers. Nagesh, it was pleasure talking to you. It was wonderful journey understanding these rights. based on your knowledge. It was my personal gratitude and pleasure.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure too, CK, to be on this platform and sharing my bit of experience and little knowledge what I have of human rights. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you,
Pleasure.
and we will meet again tomorrow to discuss yet another aspect of human rights. Until then, I will say goodbye to you.
Bye bye. Goodbye.
Bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we have been joined by very eminent leader of the industry, DCF Ventures CEO Lakshmi Putluri. She has been well known in the industry. She is also well known as an angel investor and also former co-founder of Jabong. Welcome to the show, Lakshmi.
Hi, CK. Thank you for having me on the show.
It is our pleasure, Lakshmi. In fact, today is day 15 and the entire India is under lockdown. In fact, many countries globally are under lockdown. What is the kind of impact you see in your neighborhood and your community that might have caused some sort of problems or issues with the people?
Okay, I wouldn't say necessarily problems or issues, but obviously there is, complete silence. You can, imagine it almost seems like, the place has come to a standstill. So that is, for a city like Bombay especially, it's never happened. So that's something which is unusual, although I'm sure, the communities are all, making the best of the situation in terms of adhering to all the guidelines, making sure social and physical distancing is practiced, and also engaging actively and making sure you spend quality time with your family members. That's one. So from a community perspective, of course, this is something unavoidable. But the good thing is, of course, I think, and we've been seeing a lot of these posts, like Bombay has seen dolphins emerge near near the sea and the parks, are seeing a lot of the wildlife that's enjoying this, I think, change. So that's a good thing. And we just have to keep our fingers crossed that slowly we will, find a good balance between keeping in mind, the environment as well as bringing our lives back onto track before this isolation and lockdown.
Lakshmi, I think Indians are by and large very innovative, and almost like 99.99% Indians are following the government guidelines. And they have been very innovative in order to follow the guidelines and also solve the problems. But having said that, that's on the personal side. There has been a little bit of a standstill situation where there are certain businesses which are not able to take any further decisions. So, do you see from your point of view any adverse sentiment which is creeping up into the business?
See, I feel like the more positive conversations are always going to be good. Absolutely. I'm sure at the back of everyone's mind, this is an ongoing thought process. There are probably, every business is going to be impacted. There is no doubt. We're talking about, 1 month of complete lockdown, and then post 1 month of lockdown, there's going to be things that have to come to normalcy. And it's a full life cycle, right? Like it's going to have ripple effect across from top to bottom. Businesses are going to be impacted, thereby people are going to have different environment in the whole job scenario. Although I hate to use the word downsizing and layoffs, the businesses have to do certain things to survive, and that plays over at all levels, right from a restaurant that's hiring, housekeeping staff. There's going to be changes, and so that is going to play on people's sentiment, and I'm sure people are trying to be very positive. Businesses are being, for a month right now, I think everyone is mentally prepared, like, we'll take this and we'll try to support, ensure that no one faces any serious impact. That said, no guarantees for anyone. And so yes, there is a little bit of sentiment change, and I hope that we'll be able to bring that back as soon as we can. And I think the government has done a phenomenal job already in terms of ensuring, the lockdown is well adhered to, and we do, have hope of coming out of this very quickly, even compared to some of the more so-called developed nations, as we see, are struggling dealing with COVID. So I'm waiting for things to kickstart as soon as we can, and as we, hopefully all our positive sentiments together can, help kickstart along with the support from the government as well.
Lakshmi, you are such an experienced person. You are having 2 decades of career behind you. You're well known in the industry. From your point of view, do you have an opinion about what a government of any country, any nation should do after the lockdown is lifted in order to improve the sentiment, in order to improve the business?
So I can't speak from perspective of, all nations, because every nation has a very different DNA, different, kind of setup and all that. But given that right now we can talk perhaps a little bit about India as from, ensuring, containment. I think we are doing a phenomenal job as a country, and every citizen is playing a role. And likewise, while, we do expect the government to bring in a lot more stimulus, because we've seen, like, the US has announced a $3 trillion stimulus, and we are, 4 times larger than US. So the stimulus has to, reflect that kind of a boost and a positive sentiment. And I do hope that we'll start seeing more positive stimulus and positive some policy support that we will get from the government, that will also naturally play into the business sentiment and boost the business sentiment, boost the people's emotional quotient, and all the mind space and mindset. So that's something that I cannot put a number as to what is that number that India should bring forward as a stimulus, but I am sure that they are working on something bigger and larger that is going to be announced shortly and announced soon. Apart from that, I do believe that as citizens, we all will also play a certain role. For example, encouraging a lot of the small businesses in and around. So, for example, like Singapore right now, and of course, the kind of sanitization levels there and the kind of adherence will probably be different. But Singapore is actually encouraging people to order outside, and asking people to order outside, and support restaurants and other businesses there, right? So that's something like maybe we may not choose to order outside, but there are small businesses in and around us where we should support, and right from staff in each of our immediate ecosystems, how can we support them? I think that's a small role as citizens we all can play. And then the government will come in, and I'm very positive that they will come in and play a role which will be very positive to business, positive to small and medium enterprises, which are going to be a little bit far more hit than maybe the larger organizations.
Lakshmi, you have raised a very profound question here. So, do you see the change in business process after this lockdown situation is lifted? Do you see a new way of doing business which will emerge after this lockdown is lifted?
So the first part of question was, can you just repeat the first part? Second part I got.
So it is just one question. Will the business process will change after this lockdown?
Oh, absolutely. We've already seen it change. In fact, I'm part of a few other business, groups where it's mixed background. Like I come from a digital background. I've seen even when I worked at IBM between 2002 to 2006, IBM was already 50% work from home at that time, right? But a lot of the businesses that don't come maybe from a tech background or come from more traditional businesses, think agri, think energy companies, even government employees. A lot of them are just experiencing the digital transformation. They're understanding that work from home can be possible. So I think that shift, both from a transformation on the digital front, which is happening in sectors like education. Clearly, we've just seen, all the institutions are quickly ramping up to be more digitally ready. And we are also seeing many of the traditional businesses who've suddenly been dislodged and now having meetings online. They're actually starting some of the more essential service businesses are functioning at higher productivity levels as well. And these learnings, I think, will play into how businesses will revisit what they do post-COVID. This will also help them, enhance their bottom line. Some of these learnings going digital and optimizing this. Hopefully, that will be a very positive shift, helping businesses with some of the cash flow crunch that they might, have thought they would face.
Excellent words of wisdom, Lakshmi. In fact, I personally get a lot of value after talking to you. I think there is a clarity you as a leader, you're giving to our audience and our viewers that, there's going to be a bit of a change in the way we do things, in the way we do business. I think that is going to change forever. So I just want to tell you that, Lakshmi Putluri, you have been a great inspiration. It was wonderful talking to you today, and I think we will find another opportunity very soon before the lockdown is lifted to talk to you again, to see or to take your advice on how things are in the neighborhood, any new things that are happening in the industry. It was wonderful talking to you, Lakshmi.
Thank you, CK. Very nice talking to you as well. And thank you for the opportunity. Hope all the viewers of your videos and series enjoy the series. And stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about something called dark matter. Now, most of us have heard about something called dark matter, which we don't know what it is. But how do we know that it exists? So let's say when scientists were looking at the galaxy Andromeda in the 30s, they found that the motion of the galaxy is very peculiar. Why it is peculiar? Because the central, the speed of the star which exists in the center of the galaxy are moving at the same speed which are at the outside of the galaxy, which are at the edges of the galaxy. Typically, the expectation was that the center, because it has more mass, will move faster than the outside at the boundary, which will be moving slowly. So, but the scientists, when they were doing the calculations, they found that the entire galaxy is moving very rapidly, and the center is moving at x speed. At the same speed, the exterior of the galaxy is also moving. Later, it was found that most of the galaxies have these characteristics. It is pretty much like this. When you hold your hand, as you know, when we were all small kids, we used to go around by holding each other's hand. So when you hold your hand and you start going around each other, as the speed increases, you have to exert more pressure to hold yourself together with your friend. So that means if the stars are going at a faster pace in the outskirts of the galaxy, that means there is something, you need more force to pull them back and retain them in the galaxy. That's a simple logic. So where this extra mass comes from? So it turns out that the mass which is required to generate this extra force of gravity should be at least 10 to 15 times more than what we see around in the galaxies. Even if we calculate the mass of the black holes and the gas which exists in the galaxy, that mass is not sufficient to hold the galaxy together. the speed of the galaxy and the force which the galaxy creates is sufficient for all the matter to be thrown out of the galaxies. Yet it forms a specific disk shape and it retains shape and it goes around. That means there has to be some mysterious extra gravity which is there and that is holding the galaxy together. And as you know that the gravity is a byproduct of the mass. So that extra mass is not visible. And since it is not visible, it is known as dark matter because we don't know what it is. So what are the characteristics of dark matter theoretically? As we see the matter interacts with each other. Matter consists of electrons, protons, quarks, neutrinos, photons. All of this matter that exists has certain certain energy, and the matter interacts with each other. For example, electron, proton, uh, they have some interaction, and these fundamental forces are of interaction is also defined. I have covered them in a separate video. But the matter is having some sort of heat in it, so that is why the matter is slightly hot, and because it is hot, it has the ability to interact with others. The dark matter does not seem to interact with anything. It does not even interact with itself, because if it interacts with itself, there will be some reaction and we will be able to see the energy pattern of those reactions. So the dark matter does not interact with the matter, it does not interact with itself, and it does not show any sign of any sort of interaction of any kind, either nuclear or chemical or any other form of energy exchange that happens. So that means it's a cold matter. So it is probably, so more research is required on the dark matter, because we don't know what this matter consists of, what it is made of, and why it does not interact with matter or itself. Yet it is made of the matter that we see around us is almost like 10 to 15 times more than the matter that is visible to us. So that means we cannot see this extra matter, we cannot see their reactions, it does not interact, it is just existing, and it just creates gravity. So it's very mysterious, and since it is very mysterious, we call it dark matter. There are a lot of theories about dark matter being a particle, and there are very scientists have theorized that there are different particles, but none of these particles have been detected so far. We have tried very hard to get the particles detected, but we have not got any indication of any sort of detection into our scopes. So it's a big mystery. And yet there is another mystery, is that the matter itself is only 30%, and the rest of the 70%, which is the space that exists in space, is called dark energy. Dark energy is sort of an energy which is anti-gravity. So the dark energy, which occupies 70% of the things that we have in the space, that means majority of the space consists of dark energy. 30%, so nearly 25% is made of dark matter, and about 5%, 4.9 to be precise, is the matter that we see and from which we are made. So if you look around in the universe, we are so insignificant that we are made of only 4% of the material. Yet 96% of the material is all around us, and we don't know what it is. We don't know anything about it. We can't even see it. So this is something that I thought I'll bring you this matter and bring some clarity. I will meet you in the next video. Until then, bye bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. Today, we would like to discuss something which happened actually yesterday, but yesterday was Sunday. Yesterday, the entire weekend, we celebrated Teachers' Day in India, which was to give respect to our second President of India, who was a remarkable teacher. In fact, he could write in two different languages from both of his hands at the same time. So, that was a certain skills I don't think anybody will have today. If we try to find, I think a person writing something in a language like German in one hand and Sanskrit from another hand at the same time. So he was a remarkable teacher. He was very well known teacher. He also met the Queen, and there are a lot of anecdotes which are available of his meeting with the Queen. So we will not go there today, but I think lots have changed from that point. There was a time when the teachers used to teach in the classroom, and there was a certain way of doing things. Today, the teachers are teaching using online digital medium. So lots have changed. And I like to invite my friend from UK, who's also a teacher, but he teaches very senior people. His name is Naval Gun, and he joins us from London.
Good morning, CK. How are you doing today? It's a wonderful Monday morning here, bright and sunny in the UK. And Teacher Day, my goodness, where would we be without teachers?
Well, I give a lot of credit to the teachers because we were a naughty class always, but the teachers knew how to control us.
No doubt they had the whip out.
Well, I think I've heard stories of whipping, but I have never seen it. But we have seen some harsh punishment, which in today's generation, I don't think teachers are giving anymore.
No, the Tom Brown school days are well gone, well in the past. Today, it's more about encouragement, about getting the best out of all the students, no matter what age they are. So I take my hat off to teachers. I think they've got a really tough job out there, especially in the last 6 months, because the way we teach has completely changed.
Absolutely. The teachers have to learn new skills of not only using the digital mediums, and there is a different way of teaching. And in fact, I want to ask you, what are these new skills which are required before going on to the nightmarish things that they are experiencing now? What are the new skills which are required by teachers today? From your point of view, Neville, if you can just enlighten us.
Well, there are so many. I mean, the first thing is we've moved from a physical classroom to a digital classroom. Now, that actually means we need to be more disciplined, which might sound a bit ridiculous of a place to start, but we do need to be more disciplined because now we haven't got, 30 children sitting in front of us all regimented away with their notebooks out and all attentive. And each time a child isn't quite there, I can walk up to that child and just, tap them on the shoulder and just say, is everything okay? Are you attentive? And things like that, things that teachers do. Now you can't do that. Because you've got 30 screenshots. And again, because of the limitation on most school budgets, it's on one small screen. Like I've got an 18-inch laptop in front of me. In some schools I've been working with, they've got 5 or 6 of these screens all connected together so that when they do a Zoom or a Google Classroom or whatever medium they're using, they can see about 5 or 6 students per screen. That makes a big difference to the way you run the class. You're much closer to those individuals rather than a little, icon. I can see my picture here, and when you put 30 of those pictures together, that's pretty small. You've got to have although it's all condensed in one area, you've still got to be, looking around and making sure that all of these young people are attentive, they're interested, They're completely engaged with what you're doing. It's a whole different world. So, and the thing is, it's not going to change. We're going to be here for some considerable time, especially if schools all of a sudden that have gotten back to, let's say, the new normal, for want of a better term, and then the local area gets locked down, in which case the school will be locked down and the kids will go back home and we'll be back to digital teaching again. So it is, just to put by a simple, there's no simple answer here. It's a completely different way of teaching. And we need to make sure teachers have got that skill, really, to do it that way. What do you think?
I certainly feel the same thing that you feel, is that there is a new skills which are required, not only in terms of delivering their pitch, but also whether the students are understanding what they are delivering. I think there are problems related to two-pronged. The teachers have to learn, and also the students have to be controlled by the teacher and taught. So I think before the start of this discussion, I took liberty to make a couple of slides, and I want to present to you and probably.
Great.
So the first challenge that teachers are facing, the era of teachers standing in the class and saying that, hey, pin drop silence in the class is no longer applicable. Now the teachers have to say, click your mute button, mute yourself.
So we're just going to learn about different languages. I mean, the beautiful thing about that is once you're muted, you can say anything you like. As I found on many webinars, people think they muted themselves, and then you find out they clearly didn't mute themselves when they said something. So you find out what's really going on. But again, most of these young people have not got dedicated work areas at home. They're more than likely to be on the kitchen or the dining room table. In more congested households, there could be 4 or 5 kids working together. I mean, you've got 2 children yourself. They haven't got dedicated spaces in their house, in your place. Because again, it's a question of having the right PC available and the right connectivity. So just with those acoustics, the teacher says, please put your mic on silent. I mean, it's a great learning way for young people to be able to turn their microphone on and off, because that's a business skill they're going to need when they go in the future. Just like we're talking here, we're very remote from each other, 7,000 miles away from each other. And yeah, we know when to mute and when to turn the video off and things like that. Because again, the other thing is, when you've got all of these additional peripheral units on, it uses broadband. It loses bandwidth. And as you and I have seen on many, many occasions, people can disappear and then they can come back in again once the bandwidth has recovered or the local electricity has recovered. So, yeah, just from that one slide, there's loads of things to consider. And it's not just as simple as mute yourself, really. So again, it's a new skill teachers need to be completely aware of. Where is the child working? Is it a good environment where they're working? Is their posture good? I mean, the classroom, we have ergonomically designed desks and chairs, etc., etc. But at home, that's not the case.
Well, I think the children can now mute, and whether they're listening to the teacher is something which teacher will not have a lot of clue whether they are listening to her or not. So I think that's another challenge.
It's very true, but the interesting thing is, the teachers have got this capability of asking questions to everybody, and you're forcing a response, and you need a response from everybody. and some of those could just be a yes, no. Do you understand what I'm saying? Simple yes, no. I've seen it work incredibly well where students that were previously less confident seem to be more confident when they're working independently. So if the teacher asks, did you understand what I've just said? There's more of an incidence of a child saying no. That has got to be very positive because the teacher's now got immediate, really true feedback rather than someone's going with the flow. So there are opportunities here. Again, with the right package, you need to be aware of how to use it. And lots of these packages have got so many features on it. It's really important that teachers are trained in the right way to use it.
Absolutely. In fact, they have to divide the class in certain segments to be able to give different tasks. So I think it's again a new skill, because earlier they could have eye contact in the class and they can say pin drop silence or be quiet, or they can give commands to the class. But now they have to softly say, hey everyone, switch on your camera but mute yourself. So things like that. And most of these softwares now have raise the hand feature as well. So the children have to now raise the hand and teacher has to see that small tiny hand which is visible on the icon. So I think these are again a new observational skills that teachers have to develop.
Yeah, very true. So what's your next picture? I love it when we use pictures because we can actually see what's going on.
In fact, the next one is if students are not attentive on the online media, the teachers may think that the students are sleepy, hungry, not attentive, 1,000 things can be happening. So how to make them interested in what she's teaching? I think this is something that every teacher day in, day out are facing today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is I've seen some people, not just in the teaching arena, but in the training arena, take the workshop that they were running physically and just do the same thing online. And the problem with that is that trying to be attentive for 50 minutes in a typical secondary school classroom, it's harder work when you're looking at a screen. You need to be more attentive. Every child needs to have these things here, these earphones and a microphone. So, potentially the cost is going up because there are all other distractions here. Even today, I'm working in my study, but our waste carts are picked up on a Monday morning. Just so happens they're 2 hours late. So now there's a huge noise going on in the background. I can hear it, but you can't. But that means that I'm at a disadvantage because I'm trying to understand what you're saying and I'm trying to block out this other noise. So again, we need to be very perceptive of what the child is doing on the screen. And there are lots of tools you can do for that. Are they awake? Are you seeing, even some very smart kids will have a video that's just going to be replicated and plugged in. So a bit like Mission Impossible, you see the thing repeated and repeated and you think this person's really attentive. But in actual fact, what they've got is a video program working in the background. Believe you me, I've seen that happen too. So, but the point is, again, it's the teacher's dilemma. It's going to be the teacher's responsibility, but this is where parents need to come in as well. And I'm sure you've got a few things to say about parents and their intervention.
That is the nightmare. The previous slide is about the dilemma, but this one is a nightmare because now the teachers can see all the action which is happening at the student's house. There could be some action going on, some TV playing, some sort of other siblings fighting in the background. So, 1,000 things can happen.
Exactly. And it's that attention span. And it doesn't really matter where you are. You could be you could live in a 5-bedroom property, but you've got 5 kids and they're all trying to work at the same time on the same workstation. If they're lucky, they've got individual workstations. So timetabling this and trying to get that right must be a nightmare for organisations like schools. The other thing is, you say peaking parents. To me, that's not a horror. That means it's brilliant. I've now got a parent on my side. If I'm a teacher, I would love to see parents being actively involved, not interrupting, but actively involved. In some of the programs we've been running over the last 5-6 months, we've been running teacher-parent courses. So parents and teachers can create a rule table of how they're engaged and how they're involved. And the ones that have really taken it on board of their children have not really, of course they've suffered because of the non-contact with their friends at school, but they've not suffered as much. And the parents have now become more appreciative of what teachers have to do, In fact, I've seen many parents turn around and said, I'm never going to moan about the teacher again. Because it's hard work. It really is hard work. You may say they're paid to do it, but frankly, this is a vocation. This is a calling for many people. So yeah, don't be a peaking parent. Be an interactive parent.
I think this is a nice advice to the parent, and I would like to share some of the experience that I see every day. So what happens at my place is that the 2 children, they put themselves on mute, and sometimes they put their video also to off, and then they fight with each other. And what is the fight all about? It's about their subjects. So if one person is fighting with the other and they're interfering in other guys' studies. So this is beyond the teacher, they just mute everything and then they fight with each other. Many times they fight on the kind of acoustic systems they have. So so they will feel that, oh, yours is better than mine, so let's exchange. Then they say, okay, fine, this is not good, let's exchange it back. So this keeps happening, so children being children, they want some outlet of being not in the class. They can hide below the desk and they can do lot many things, but here at home, the parents are watching them, the teachers are saying, hey, switch on your mic, switch on your video. Challenge also.
Yeah, they do, and I don't think your household is much different from many others. Siblings always fight. I had 3 brothers, and we were never happier when we were fighting, frankly. But that didn't mean to say we're going to shoot each other. That's the way siblings operate. And it's about fairness, and this is the difficulty that parents have. In some homes, there's only one laptop. And it's not just the kids that need to have allocated time, which is going to be different because of the way different schools operate. But what about the adults as well? If the parents are there and they're working from home, then they need time as well. So, you and I spoke at the very early stages of lockdown about being disciplined, being respective of other people in the household. And again, this is just it's going to be fruition through the teaching arena. So this is where I think, schools have, I wouldn't say more responsibility, but they've got a bigger job to do. The parents still need to be coming to the table and doing things. But the teacher's job has been made a bit more difficult. In fact, a lot more difficult in some respects.
Absolutely. In fact, in the wake of write to their teachers, even the primary teachers, thanking them. But lots have changed. When in 50s, when the Teachers' Day was set up in India, from that point till today, and lots have changed in last 6 months. So thank you very much, Neighbor, for joining. This is a very long subject.
Huge subject, but let's try and get it right.
Absolutely. So catch you tomorrow in Top Brass again.
Bye, everybody. Bye, CK.
Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach. And big news today is Mr. Elon Musk invested $1.5 billion into Bitcoin. And very soon, he's going to accept Bitcoin to sell his cars. And I think the announcement would be made very soon when you could buy Tesla car by paying just the Bitcoin. To discuss this matter further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund. Naval has been a man of finance, and I'm sure he's going to love this discussion.
Good morning, CK. Show me the money. Bitcoin. Has it got value? What's it worth? Who knows? Yep, let's have a good discussion this morning. I mean, just because Elon Musk has ploughed into Bitcoin doesn't necessarily mean anything. But what does it mean to you? You think he's going to take Bitcoin in exchange for his vehicles?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I will never buy anything in exchange of Bitcoin simply because my country does not allow this as a legal currency. That is the first point. Second point is I don't know how much the value of the currency is. For example, if you look at the UK pound, you know exactly how much it cost. What is the value of that? If you look at dollars, you know exactly how much money you got in your bank. If you have $100, you know exactly how much you have. But in case of Bitcoin, since nobody controls that currency, and the currency will be controlled only on the internet, and the parameters are very very loosely defined. So the whole point is that you can have Bitcoin, as far as I'm concerned with my little knowledge, but you can't really declare that as your asset.
Very true. I mean, the thing is, which you got into the word of asset. So let's talk about money in its simple form. Money was just a medium where bartering was made easier. If we go back many years, where you've got a goat and I've got a cow and someone else has got chickens, then there was a currency of, 2 eggs today is worth a pint of milk, or it could be worth 2 pints of cow's milk. So the interesting thing is what we've done and what we've created over time is this thing we call money. And it's just putting a value on a good or a service. And whether that money, that same amount of money today is worth 1 orange today or 2 oranges tomorrow is really dependent upon how we put value to goods and services. And it's as simple as that. And Bitcoin is just the, I suppose, Bitcoin is anarchy, really, because no one likes authority. And the banks have authority over their sovereign currency. And people are rebelling against that, I suppose, around the world, as we're rebelling against all authority. And Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, because there are lots of cryptocurrencies around there, is just that rebellion. Will it ever take hold? Well, the interesting thing is, if you go and Google Bitcoin, it's quite interesting to see how the value has changed over the last 3 or 4 years. And at one point, a few years ago, it was trading at about $15,000. So in theory, you could buy a Bitcoin, one Bitcoin for $15,000. And then about this time last year, it went all the way down to about $4,000. And now I think it's back up at the $20,000 range. But it gets spiked because of people like Elon Musk or whoever enter the market and come in their billions of dollars. But the thing is, if you look at the flexibility of the Bitcoin value over the years, it's not a very stable currency. So if we're going to call it a currency, one thing that we do like to know is, although the traders love foreign exchange movements, they like the things to move so that they can make their money. As customers, as a community, we do like a little bit of stability. So for instance, you've got the rupee, we've got the pound. For the last year or so, I know that a pound is worth about 100 rupees. And that's good because you can tell me what 100 rupees will buy, and I can tell you what 100 rupees will buy in the UK. And of course, it may be very different. You may only be able to buy half a pair of jeans in the UK, whereas I could buy 2 pairs of jeans in India for exactly the same price. Okay, and this is called the market. But the thing about currencies is we do like a little bit of stability. People going on holiday, when they're using this other form of currency. Why are they using this other form of currency? Because it's directly related to the value in that country of goods and services that are provided. So we're going back to very simple principles. Those little ingots that were presented many, many years ago. People will remember it was gold. Gold was traded. And it was the weight of gold that actually said whether you were a wealthy person or you were a poor person. So it's what we assign to it. And as you quite rightly said, India doesn't recognize Bitcoin. The government does not recognize Bitcoin. So it's not a tradable currency in India today. But let's think about what's going to happen tomorrow. Let's think about 10 years' time. Do you think Bitcoin will be a tradable currency in India?
Neville, I feel that the Bitcoin is going to change the whole paradigm of the way we do business today, because our way of doing business is probably 600 years old, and we are just copying that. What were the parameters laid down by the economists then? We still follow that. The strength of the country is measured in terms of gold that you got, and so on and so forth. You mentioned about cross currency between India and UK, that has been laid 200 years back. The rule of engagement are the same. So Bitcoin is going to, challenge all of that. So in my opinion, uh, we look at stability. You mentioned the word stability a couple of times. When we look at foreign exchange stability, we are a very strong country. You are a weak country. All that will go out of the window if the Bitcoin comes, because the whole parameters will undergo a major change. There will be no bank. All the banks will dissolve. There will be no countries even if the Bitcoin is accepted by all, everyone. There is the countries will lose the meaning of having country and boundaries and borders and so on, because ultimately there will be only one currency, and you can buy and sell anything using that currency off the internet. You don't have to open an account. There is no credit card. There is no bank account, and you can buy anything. So far, it's a big challenge. I'm sure Indian government and all other governments who are not allowing Bitcoins are basically grappling with this, but it is inevitable. Maybe 10 years, maybe 15 years, maybe 20 years, maybe 100 years. Bitcoin is going to come, and it will change the whole paradigm. World will become one big city. That is my thinking.
It's an interesting thought process, but and a lot of people out there will be thinking, yeah, that it's inevitable. But the interesting thing is this word inevitable actually inevitable? So are we looking at a real paradox here? Because the other feature of Bitcoin is that ultimately it runs out. The way that Bitcoin has been designed all those years ago when it was first mooted is that there will be a finite number of Bitcoins on the market. And whether each Bitcoin is worth 1 rupee or 1 billion rupees, it won't make any difference because there will be a finite amount. It's a bit like saying that there's only this amount of gold and that's it. And by the time we eventually mine the last piece of gold, that is the finite amount of gold in the world. It may be hidden in a vault somewhere or tucked under your pillow because it's fallen out of your tooth. There's a gold filling or something, but there's only a finite amount of gold. There's a finite amount of Bitcoin. And as an economist, I find that quite fascinating because all of my life, we talk about finite resources, but we don't really mean it because we keep finding more. There's more coal streams, there's more oil, there's more gas, etc., etc. So the finite resources it's not a myth, it's a fact. The earth is only the size of the earth. It's not going to grow. So once we run out all the resources there, that'll be it. But Bitcoin has a finite timeline. I can't remember when this is. It's about 4 or 5 years in the future, but it eventually runs out. And then all of the Bitcoin is going to be circulated around the economy. But let's look at some of the consequences of economies that do get out of control. Because this is the issue, when you're talking about monetary value, when it comes to the economy with a government, central bank, they're always concerned about this transfer value. And if you look at one economy like Venezuela, they were talking about 1,000% inflation. Now just imagine that for a minute. 100% inflation means the rupee you had yesterday can only buy half a rupee's value today. Okay, that's inflation. It's just devalued overnight. But imagine 1,000% inflation. And one moment you're working in an office or wherever you're working, and your money is being transferred into the bank. But in the time it takes to transfer the money into the bank, it's only worth half of what it was before it was transferred. And it's spiral inflation, as they call it. This is mega inflation. And there were pictures not so long ago of people with wheelbarrows and cash in it, moving it around, buying loaves of bread with a wheelbarrow of cash. Are we ever going to get there with Bitcoin? Well, the thing is, the governments are really scared that could be the effect. And if you ask 5 economists, they'll all come up with about 50 answers. Because the fact is, we don't know. And it's all about speculation. And until my personal view, because people are going to say, so what's your view? So I'm going to tell you what my view is. I think, well, I do believe that if the banking systems fail, it could be devastating for economies. And that means it's devastating for people. We will see humanity implode in certain places. And I think that will be a disaster. And that's why during the financial crisis, most governments around the world were propping up their commercial banking system. Because what is the commercial banking system? It's me and you, actually. Banks are only there because they're lending money to people. And who are they lending it to? Me. And And why are they lending it to me? Because I've got a mortgage. And why have I got a mortgage? Because I've got a house or a car. And what happens to that if the banking system fails? Well, I fail. So there is this pack of cards arena that we need to be very careful of. Will Bitcoin do that? I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'm going to see it in my lifetime, to be honest, because I'm going to go back to the principles of Bitcoin only has a real value if, CK, you turn around to me and say, Neville, you can buy my services and it will cost you 3 Bitcoins. And I will say, CK, that's fantastic because I've got 4 and I think they're worth 4. So I'm going to pay you 3 because that's what the value is I put on your services. And you say, I'm very happy with that. And I say, I'm very happy with that too. And everyone's happy because all it is you've put a value on your service. I've accepted that value. I just happen to have the currency that you're happy to be paid in. And it's as simple as that. If Bitcoin is going to be successful, if any crypto is going to be successful, it will need to have a value in the marketplace for goods and services. Has it got it? Will Elon Musk really turn around and say, you can buy one of my very expensive vehicles for a Bitcoin? If Bitcoins are worth $200,000 each, what are we going to do? Cut a Bitcoin up? It's half a Bitcoin. It's 0.2 of a Bitcoin. I don't even know how this market is being traded. Can you trade in less than 1 Bitcoin? Who knows? I'm not too sure you can, to be honest. But as I say, it's all those unknowns. Sorry that people are going to be a bit confused with this today. But what do you think about all that?
Well, Naval, I think it's a matter of time, and as I said earlier, it's inevitable. Earth must unite into one big city with one currency, whatever the parameter can be. It's just a matter of debate. Like you said, what is the value? Oh, we can come up with a value, but what is important is we should have one currency. Why? We are thinking of colonizing Venus, we are thinking of colonizing Moon, and also Mars. All of these destinations will have a separate currency. Then you will not have dollar, you will not have Indian rupees, you will not have UK pound. You will have to have a Earth Bitcoin. You will have to have a Mars Bitcoin and Moon Bitcoin. So I think that is inevitable. If we are going out there to set up new colonies, we must have new currencies.
It's a fascinating idea. I did ask someone the other day, if you were starting a university on Mars, what would be the subjects? And the answer is, well, they wouldn't be the subjects we're teaching today. There'll be something very different. Why? Because Mars is a long, long way away, and Mars is only going to be a stepping point for the next world that we potentially inhabit. Maybe we're almost there, Jim. It's life, but not as we know it. Going to the Star Trek arena. Beam me up, Scotty. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, it's a fascinating subject, CK. Thanks for bringing it up today. I'm sure it'll get people thinking a little bit. Even if you can't afford Bitcoin, it's a currency that's out there. Whether you can trade it or not, well, that's another issue.
Well, it is out there, and we also know for sure that a lot of uh, laundered money is also stored in Bitcoin with the hope that one day they will become legal tender and all this money will be theirs. So I think with this statement, we can end our discussion today. It's a very long subject, requires a lot of graphs and, 600 years of economic history to discuss before we come to Bitcoin. So Naval, thank you very much for giving us your great ideas about Bitcoin, and I'm sure we might see Bitcoin coming legal in some way, probably to buy softwares. We can buy small things maybe, and that is how is a logical start for Bitcoin.
You never know. Whatever it is, enjoy the rest of the day. We've still got dollar, we've still got the rupee, and we've still got the pound. So go and enjoy yourself.
Yes, sir. So we will catch up again with something more interesting tomorrow. Neville, you have a nice day.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And let me also welcome my colleague, my friend, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who's on our show. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi, CK. Thank you so very much. And I'm glad always to be with you and talk about various things happening around us. So thank you so very much.
So, viewers, Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court, and he is also well-known pan-India human rights activist. So, in this series of discussion, we are discussing about human rights. And before we start our discussion today, I would like to share that there has been an unprecedented decision taken by Indian government last evening, where they have banned 59 online applications, and some are large applications, some are small applications, but even a consumer like me had one of the application. I had to delete that application for which I had paid the money. So today we will discuss about how banning of these applications affect the human rights. So Nagesh, we would like to know your opinion on this.
Well, Chandrakant, as we all know that last night at about 8 p.m., suddenly an order comes and there are about 15 applications which have been blocked by the central government while exercising their power under Section 69A of the Information Technology Act 2000. Now, to tell you the brief history about this section was already challenged in a landmark case of Shreya Singhal versus Union of India way back in 2015. The Supreme Court struck down one of the sections of information technology, that is Section 66A, which prescribed penalties of the IT Act, saying that it had a chilling effect on the right to freedom of speech and expression over the internet. Uh, there are the person who had come before the Supreme Court had also challenged blocking power of the central government under Section 69A. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court said that Section 69A is legal and valid and did not touch upon that section, saying that that section has its own safeguard. It prescribes own safeguards that would protect the rights of the citizen. So when the government, central government, invokes Section 69A, there is a procedure, there are rules which are prescribed, which came into being in 2009 through a notification, which deals with a lot of rules like nodal agency. The complaint has to be made by a nodal agency of an institution. Secondly, there is a designated officer which has to be appointed under these rules. There is a committee which has to be appointed which would look into those complaints and make recommendations. And only after that, the designated officer can block the sites. Now, the unprecedented move by the central government blocking en masse 59 applications is not prescribed under Section 69A. Section 69A only allows blocking of any particular site individually. But here what we see is there are 59 applications which have been blocked. So definitely it has affected the rights of the people, as you say, that we had to take out a lot of applications from our mobiles, such as Cam Scanner, which is being used every day by me for scanning the documents and scanning a lot of things for my office purpose. UC browser and other applications wherein people are earning money as well. So it has affected their livelihood as well. So therefore, naturally, the rights of people have been affected by a blanket order which has been passed by the government yesterday.
So I think with regard to business, there has to be a business continuity plan. So all the businesses will migrate to different applications. So I don't think any businessman will have, some of them will be dependent on applications like Zoom, like we are doing today. But as a business, we are already thinking of not putting all the eggs in one basket. So like you mentioned, Cam Scanner, this is exactly what I had on my mobile, Nagesh. I had to delete it, and I'm feeling very sad because I had paid for that application. So, but I think it is part of the game. While this decision of government has sort of taken away a few rights, uh, but what about national security? Because China is a country which is an aggressor on us, and because of the conflict, there are some soldiers dying at the border. So, in such a situation, what is your opinion? How Indians should treat this order by the government?
Well, briefly, I will tell you what Section 69 of the IT Act says. It empowers central government to order that access to certain websites and computer resources be blocked in the interest of defense of the country, its sovereignty and integrity, the security of the state, friendly relations with foreign states, public order, or for preventing incitement to the commission of an offense. Now, the reasons which has come out purportedly uh, says that it is in the national security, public order, and in the wake of endangering the users of their privacy, such an order is passed because people who are using these applications are threatened with their through their apps, their privacy and data security. Now, as I said, of course, we are at heads with China these days, and there is a popular kind of movement which has come out that we should ban Chinese applications and Chinese goods, which is welcoming in a way, but the applications which are being used by people definitely uh, must have a reasoned order. Now, here there is a order which bans 59 applications. First of all, the order does not mention that these are Chinese applications. Number one. Number two, the government has to come out with some reasons as to what are the reasons of blocking these particular 59 sites. Now, how it is affected, whether there is a complaint, there has to be some logical reasoning which has to be brought before the public. And also, when such an order is passed, it is amenable to challenge before the court of law. Anybody who is affected, like people are using TikTok, there are millionaire people are making videos, they are earning money also out of it, they are being watched every day as a matter of entertainment, etc. Now if that application is banned, definitely it has affected certain people. Like Camster, it's a paid app where people have invested, they have paid money for these applications, and once that application is taken off, everybody has a right to know as to why from me that application is taken. The reason has to be brought in. Of course, there are powers with the central government, but there has to be cogent reasons which the government has to come forward with.
So Nagesh, I as a layman feel there are two things. One is as a human being, as an Indian, I feel very strongly in favor of the government order. That is my personal thinking. And number two, as a businessman, I feel that when these applications are taken out from the market, it creates a sort of a vacuum for few days, but that vacuum will also give opportunity for others to come in. So I think as I was talking about business continuity plan, one is the issue of BCP, and other is the issue of our emotions. So I think with these two, what is your opinion, how people should take it? Like you said that from the legal standpoint, government has to come out with actual reasons so that they should effectively carry out these orders. Second thing is how people should, take this. Like you said, that TikTok, there could be livelihood loss for some of them, but I think there could be an opportunity for other guys, Indian players, or even other countries to come and fill the gap.
Yes, definitely. You see, so far as sentiment as an Indian is concerned, definitely, whenever made in China or Chinese application is coming in front of you, you would definitely would not like to use the Chinese product or the applications which are Chinese. So, of course, when your sentiments towards your country are involved, you would want that it's a good decision. But if you look at from the perspective of somebody who has been greatly impacted in terms of livelihood, in terms of his daily functioning, or the level of which with which he has been using the particular application, and the impact on his business or his personal life, then that is something very individual. That, you see, even if there is a popular kind of sentiment which is involved, but it has to be tested at the uh, touchstone of legality and validity. Every law not necessarily is liked by people at large, but there are there is rule of law, there are procedures which are prescribed, there are rules one has to follow, and here the government has to follow certain rules. And if somebody's right is affected of freedom and of free speech and expression by blocking of these rights, definitely somebody can approach the court of law, and the court would test actually as to whether the order has been passed after following the due procedure, which is prescribed by the government itself in 2009. So that is the distinction we have, that any order does not become valid just because it is very popular amongst people. That is my point of view.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nagesh, for bringing the clarity to me and to my viewers. Uh, Personally, being an emotional person, I feel very strongly for this order. But I think this whole decision is still unfolding. Government will have to show what are the reasons. I think we are a democratic country, and it is fair uh, for people and citizens of India to demand this. So with this, I will like to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much for your kind words and your wisdom, knowledge. We are on the journey of understanding human rights. So we will meet you again tomorrow on similar subjects again.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure being with you. Thanks again. You
Thank,
take care.
thank you and bye bye.
Bye bye.
friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. And today we are discussing about the great Rani Lakshmi Bai. Today we are celebrating 192nd birth anniversary of Rani Lakshmi Bai. And to talk about this great lady, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training and he's been associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Kanchan, and I'm really, really honored to talk about the great personality that we will take up as a conversation. And thanks to you. And how have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine as usual. And today we are discussing about Rani Lakshmi Bai, the great Rani Lakshmi Bai. And I was just thinking that in a way, every lady who is a leader when it comes to a household responsibility. But there are few ladies who go beyond and becomes a leader of army or leader in society. As we are talking about today about Rani Lakshmi Bai, so I think Rani Lakshmi Bai was having a very unusual upbringing for because she was a Brahmin girl and growing up with the boys in the Peshwa's court. She was trained in martial art and became very good in sword fighting and riding. So I think that gives her an edge as compared to other, especially ladies of that time.
Correct, correct, Kanchan. Rebellion of 1857, which is also called the Sepoy Mutiny, was the most important aspect of Indian liberation fight in an organized way with the British. And if you see the impact of 1857, where Rani Lakshmi Bai played such an important role, was seen within 90 years, 1857 and 1947. Within 90 years, we saw the impact and the outcome of it. But I must tell you, the first impression of Rani Lakshmi Bai for me was from that famous Hindi poem of poet Subhadra Kumari Chauhan. For I would like to repeat some lines from that. सिंहासन हिल उठे राजवंशों ने भ्रिकुटी तानी थी, बूढ़े भारत में आई फिर से नई जवानी थी, चमक उठी सन 57 में वह तलवार पुरानी थी, बुंदेले हर बोलों के मुंह हमने सुनी कहानी थी, खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी. And this poem, when I remember reading it first time, I then realized two things. One is about the personality called Rani Lakshmi Bai, and second, it turned me towards the Veer Ras poetry and how to write it, how to say it, and how it was. So I think the times of Rani Lakshmi Bai is very important in multiple senses. More and more, she is relevant in today's India. And we are seeing a lot of, there was a movie recently on that, Manikarnika, on that. There have been so many institutions named after Rani Lakshmi Bai in our country. And therefore, it is good to celebrate. It is good to celebrate. It is good to talk about it to our children, to our youth, and not just remain as a government celebration. What do you say?
Yes, you're very right. And as you know, she has played a very important role in freedom struggle because she became an icon of freedom struggle against British for Indians and for so many years. So I think that is something which we should appreciate, we should celebrate. And though she was defeated in the Battle of Betwa, but she didn't surrender. And Lakshmi Bai managed to run from the fort and while struggling, while fighting, she was dressed up in a men's costume. So that gives, I think she was more independent and I think she was more brave as compared to other contemporary fighter. And that's why we recall her, we celebrate her, and we always, one way or another, say about her Jhansi ki Rani Lakshmi Bai?
True, Kanchan. There are a couple of important aspects, or you can say some essential points in her life, and that is something, growing up in the India of 1850s, getting married into a Peshwa family, then again, losing her own child, and then adopting another child, and called Damodar, and then standing in front of the British. And if I am correct, Kanchan, that time our the viceroy was Lord Dalhousie, and there was this doctrine of lapse, where any king who does not have a direct lineage, or a child, cannot pass on his kingdom to the next generation, and then therefore it would be annexed by the East India Company. And that was the doctrine of lapse, which was being forced upon by Lord Dalhousie, on various kingdoms of those days. And it also fell upon the Jhansi, small kingdom. And that's where Rani Lakshmi Bai took a stand, which was by far in those days unheard, and nobody would have thought. And even sitting today, thinking of this kind of an action 160 years back, or probably 170 years back, if I'm correct, it is unbelievable that she took that, and she laid her life. In the end, she was fighting with the two swords in the hand, and her horse fell, and she passed away somewhere in the Bitur, which is near Kanpur, near Uttar Pradesh. And important point is, interesting point is that I was speaking to my son about the importance of Rani Lakshmi Bai today. And I spoke to him, and I asked whether she is a motivation for the women of India. To my surprise, Kanchan, he said, why only women? Rani Lakshmi Bai was a motivation for her people. She was a motivation for India. Don't just make it narrow to the woman's motivation.
Right.
What a wonderful thought, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very wonderful, and I think every person, I mean, Indian, should think about this, because she is an inspiration for many. Now, Rani Lakshmi Bai is one of the leading warrior of Indian first struggle of independence, a symbol of bravery, patriotism, honor. So we have to celebrate, and it is not a small thing. It's quite a big thing. So lot salute to this lady of our history, and she lives in our heart. And she will.
Yes, Kanchan. Interestingly, Kanchan, the birthday of Rani Lakshmi Bai, 19th November, is also shared by another Iron Lady from India, our former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. And we can see the parallels in their personalities. And that is something very interesting to see. I lived in Delhi, in a place called Lakshmi Bai Nagar, which is in South Delhi, close to INA colony. There is an army regiment, if I'm correct, in Indian Army on Rani Lakshmi Bai. Similarly, in Subhash Chandra Bose, Indian National Army INA, there was a Rani Lakshmi Bai regiment in those days. So she has always been an inspiration for women of this country to come out of their homes and take charge of the administration, take charge of the land that they belong to, take charge of their people. And that is something, the essence and the spirit that Rani Lakshmi Bai carried, and she continues to inspire millions of youth, not just women, but also men, I believe.
Yeah, one point I just want to include in this is that she also taught that you have to believe in yourself, and if you are right, then you just go forward and achieve your goal. So with this thought, it was lovely talking to you, Sitesh, and see you tomorrow with the next interesting subject. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. I would like, just by the ending points, is that it is interesting to also note that today is also International Men's Day.
Yes, and I know that to be man is difficult, but anyhow, I think we'll end up this discussion with Lakshmi Bai, and again, lot of good wishes and tribute to her. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Ruchika Mehta. She is a well-known personality in India. She represents one of the leading hospitality brand which is recognized globally, and she's joining us now. She is going to share her experiences with the lockdown. Welcome to the show, Ruchika.
Thank you so much, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me in. These are exciting times that we are sitting in, so it's always fun to chat and understand what's going on with every one of us.
I'm glad that you found time. I'm sure even in the lockdown, you must be very busy. You are heading a team. You must be having a lot of conversation going with your team members. So would you like to share some experiences on how this lockdown situation has changed your working environment?
It's actually quite amazing, if I may be honest with you, because I feel that we are working a lot more than what we were working earlier. In fact, that's what we were discussing yesterday. I was discussing with my team. Why does it doesn't feel like a lockdown. It feels like, oh my God, we are working 24/7. We are also forgetting to be able to distinguish between when is it a Sunday, when is it a Monday. So we end up working almost all days. It definitely, to be honest and fair to you, I think it has at some level also increased our productivity levels, because we are not distracted so much. We are not wasting our times on travel commute, so there's a lot more time on hand. And as I lead the communication piece for my brand, this is the time when there is a lot of communication that needs to go. So there is a lot of conversation that is happening. There are a lot of engagement that needs to be done with the stakeholders. So at some level our work has actually phenomenally increased. So it perhaps is a lockdown for a lot others, but it looks like, and it appears, and it does appear to me from my other friends and colleagues that I've been talking to, that the work has really not slowed down. The work is still on.
So the work is still on. That is where the message is. I think most
Yes.
of us are working more. And my comment on this one would be that the lockdown has actually brought us together even more than before. Don't you think so?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it might be a social distancing phase, but I think we are all the more socially being engaged. So socially, I think we have just increased our engagement levels, because we have never faced with something like that, right, in our lives. I don't know how it is. I'm sure none of us has, none of our parents have. So it never felt important enough to be so socially engaged earlier, and it feels super important now that we should be socially engaged with everyone, because we really don't know what the life has in store for us. So it's a very different sort of time for us. I don't know how it is going on with you, CK. I'm sure, I mean, you're doing such phenomenal, you're not taking it easy. You're doing all these webinars, you are conversing with a lot of leaders around. I'm sure your workload has equally increased, and you're highly and actively engaging with a lot of people around.
This is a great question. So, what we have done is because we are a quasi IT company, so we immediately transition all our employees into work from home, and we have used the technology to make sure that we are all connected. So all of us sees different windows, and it looks like as if we are working in the office. So the productivity
Yes.
has gone up. But more important, I would like to share as a leader myself, I would like to share some experience that now I'm actually seeing personal life of my team, which I was not aware of, because there's always two parents, the small kids, babies, so all of that is now coming. So this is also creating a new scenario where you're working with your team and you are also exposed to their personal life.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you because you are not seeing them just as a person. Now you're actually seeing them juggling so many things together. And I think this lockdown has also allowed us to appreciate each other so much more. We're able to appreciate each other so much more. We are able to unite with each other so much more. We want to be together. There is so much of support that is coming across, and everybody is trying to understand each other's issues, each other's problems. It's a lovely period at some level because it's allowing us as humans to really look beyond also work at some level, right? Otherwise, in office hours, you always end up just talking about work. But right now, you're pushed to look beyond, which is fantastic. I think it's a great learning for all of us.
Certainly, Ruchika. So let me ask you one another thing. Now we are all
Sure.
under lockdown, and we are all spending our professional time while being at home. So in your community, did you face any challenge or people having some sort of adverse effect on them because of lockdown? Have you noticed something like that?
Thankfully, not where we live. Thankfully, no. I have to also go and say that it's amazing to see that how people are taking the lockdown so seriously. I think it is a fantastic thing. We are known not to really follow sometimes rules and regulations. We do have we are a generation that seems to not be following a lot of things and are rebel. But it is amazing to see that how people are taking this situation seriously and are following and abiding by the rules, which is fantastic to see. I see a lot of people in our community are talking to each other. The neighborhood system is becoming super strong. I also personally didn't know a lot of them, but now I get to see their faces at least, and a hi and a hello that happens across the balconies or the terrace, that oh, we are also there and what is happening. It's fantastic to see that. Thankfully, we do have the grocery shops which are open. We have the emergency facilities which are still available. Thankfully, I don't think in our area the pandemic has yet reached, which helps us, I guess, at some level to not panic. So sure, there are not too many shops that are open. If there were 4 grocery shops, there perhaps only 2 or 1 which is open. But I mean, there are people who are hoarding. I'm not going to say that they aren't. I mean, there is all set of people. But as personally, we all are taking also individual responsibilities of not necessarily going out and buying and hoarding things that are not required. I have to say, in our area, which is, I live in the west side of Delhi, I see police coming and patrolling after every couple of hours. I see a lot of, there is no noise pollution really. The weather definitely seems to be in our favor as well. The pollution has gone low. So it's not so bad. It's really not so bad. And I think we are thankful and grateful. I believe Gurgaon is facing a lot more issues because I do hear from colleagues and friends. Thankfully, we haven't faced that issue yet. So I would like to believe this will continue for a while. I mean, it's not been so bad.
Great.
How is it at your place? How's it at your area?
Yeah, so we are a community of about 3,000 homes. So we immediately created an app because the biggest problem we had was the provisions, basically, because you have to buy
Yes,
the provisions.
yes,
So we
yes.
have a supermarket in our community, and the main door is main gate is locked. So outside the gate there are police patrols. So no one is allowed to go out or come in. Uh, the rules and regulation around
Yeah,
who can go out and who
right,
can come in. So we are following that as
right,
a community.
right,
We have
right.
built an app. We have capped the per day purchase per family to 1,000 rupees, so that there is
Oh,
no
that's nice.
right. So we are ensuring that all of this is controlled by an app. You can book your slot. Each person is given 15 minutes time, and at any point in time, 1,000 rupees purchase you can make. So we are ensuring that everybody get the basic essential whatever they need. and it's also helping us control the crowd in the supermarket.
That's very fantastic actually. That's a very fantastic idea to use technology and to also show that everybody is together in it. It creates that whole homogeneity in this activity. That's a very great idea.
And another thing I will have to share, because I was watching the Prime Minister address in the morning at 9 a.m. today.
Right.
One of the
Right.
one of the critical message which I as an individual got in his conversation is he's saying that he is grateful to the countrymen, to the citizens of India for following the lockdown. So which
Yes.
something I really appreciate today, because as a leader also he's grateful to us. So likewise, if I reflect that on myself, I have to be grateful to my team. So what I'm planning to do is have the last session of the week, because today is Friday, and tell them thank you to all of them to be.
That's fantastic. Yes. Yes. I've been also doing these no agenda calls with them, where we either get ourselves a coffee or a tea and just talk about each other and talk about life in general and the frustrations, because this is also a time when people get into a very you're just sitting at home and you're not sure what's going to happen. It's the uncertainty level is so high right now. We're not even sure if the lockdown is going to get extended, not going to extend it. There's so much of speculations which is happening. So I think as a community, as a team, if we could do that as leaders with our team fellow members, at least they get an avenue to even speak out if there is something that's really bothering them. And there are multiple issues that are bothering, right? Both at the work level, at personal level. So it's a great idea. I think it's fun. I think everybody enjoys that also, that no agenda call. We're not going to talk about work, but anything other than work. And being grateful to each other for being there for each other in this time and crisis. I mean, one cannot work alone. You need your teams and everybody to be aligned in the same wavelength, in the same similar thought to be able to finish work. So it's a great idea. I think your team is going to like it.
Thank you. Hopefully they will also say thank you to me. Hopefully.
Yes. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will.
So Ruchika, it was such a great pleasure to talk to you. I'm sure this lockdown is today's 10th day. We have few more days to pass, maybe slightly longer. So we will find another opportunity to talk to you after a few more days to see if things have changed and how things are at your end in your community. It was a pleasure talking to you today.
Thank you so much, CK. I look forward to hearing from you and the other leaders as well. How are they coping the lockdown period, and what are the things that they are doing to keep themselves engaged? It was a lovely session, lovely speaking to you. Thank you so much for inviting me again.
Thank you, Ruchika, and be safe, be positive.
Thank you so much. Same
Bye-bye.
to you as well. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to our show. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav as our guest. Sitesh has deep interest in corporate training and he's closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. It's nice always to talk to you. We know very interesting subject we have today. How have you been doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, enjoying the chill weather of northern India. And when we are fighting with COVID, and we have yet another very dangerous disease, AIDS. And the World AIDS Day is being celebrated every year on 1st December. And today also we are celebrating this day. And this day's theme is Global Solidarity, Resilient Services. So let's talk about this dreaded disease and how we have been successful in coping up with this disease yet again.
Yeah, Kanchan, this is something that it was a taboo to talk about HIV almost a decade back or so. and in some cases it is still is. But I got to really see this side of the severity of it, HIV, when I went to work in Africa. And from there on, I have been closely watching, observing, and figuring out the reasons. And it is, I saw it in Africa. Then I realized that it is also prevalent in many, many countries. India happens to be number three or probably number two in the cases of active HIV cases in the world. So to celebrate, I mean, rather than not celebrate, to sensitize the general public about this health disaster, I would say, it is important for us to understand and talk about the World AIDS Day and why it is celebrated, why it is basically sensitized, and who are the people who are affected and how can they get help once they have it.
Yeah,
Right?
for our viewers, I would like to little go deeper and tell what this HIV is. So HIV is a retrovirus which attacks a specific category of immune system cell in the body identified as CD4, helper cell or T cell. So once HIV destroys this particular cell, it becomes difficult for the body combat other infection. When HIV infects a cell, it attaches the host cell first and fuses it with it. And HIV bears single strand RNA, which is genetic material, and it opposes to the stranded DNA, which a human cell carries. So in a way, it is quite a dreaded disease if somebody gets it, and life become really terrible to cope up with these kind of infections, because there are many infections also along with HIV we get it.
Yes, Kanchan. And as I said that, uh, we live in today COVID-19 or this coronavirus timings, and suddenly the whole focus has been shifted to this pandemic, coronavirus. But, HIV has been a pandemic all the while it has been discovered. And out of the 34 million HIV positive people worldwide, 69% live in sub-Sahara Africa. There are roughly 23.8 million infected people in all of Africa, and 91% of the world's HIV positive children live in Africa. More than 1 million adults and children die every year from HIV/AIDS in Africa alone. So I was a part of that world in South Africa, from where I could see, observe the Southern African nations. And it has intrigued me that despite so much of knowledge and wisdom and information and also help is available through a United Nations AIDS program. In India, we have our National AIDS Control, and many countries have this kind of health programs and government information programs. But still, HIV is something that doesn't stop increasing, and it is something that I always wonder whether it is too much of information is being helped by the people for the people, or it is something that, despite so much of budgets being allocated for HIV/AIDS program, we have so many people who are unaware of it, and they keep doing those risky things that basically make them affected. What do you say?
Yes, I feel that health is a human right, you see. And though who is already doing a global health campaign, and this organization had been doing, but I feel is that approximately 85% of pregnant and breastfeeding women living with HIV has not been, I think maybe educating them is not being done properly, and taking care of these patients are not being done properly, though awareness is there. So are we on a right track? People are following the guidelines which are being stated by you and other organizations, because what, as you said, 32 million people are still living with HIV positive, and go globally, 12.6 million living, and they have access to United Nations guidelines. But are these people and organizations helping to curb this disease or educate in how to live after when somebody is infected with HIV?
What is dark matter and dark So, Kanchan, I think when you talk about education about this dreaded disease, it all is something that is still is under wraps when it comes to about open education about it. I have never seen in any of the offices or any of the corporates any health programs coming to the corporates to talk about it. I've never heard about any health programs or camps being set in the universities and colleges to talk about it to the youngsters, the students, and forget about the school level at all. But I will tell you something that I have only observed and discussed within while I was in Africa. I have worked in Africa. In many of the offices I have seen, there are condom dispensing machines in the corporate offices, in the banks, in the IT companies, and and they are refilled every Monday. And many years back, this was something like I was surprised to see, and that is a very bold approach by any human resources or the company management to address it so openly. And I have seen it in South Africa, and something to talk about it very, very openly. It is not about educating somebody who is affected. It is about educating people so that they don't get affected, so they don't get into those risky businesses. And if you see closely from the India's perspective, the northeast states have a large population: Mizoram, Nagaland, Manipur. And there are some practices that needs to be educated about. If health, as you said, Kanchan, health is a right of everyone, and people would come and they will also argue, yes, sexual activity is also a right of people. But how do you do it, and how do you safely do it, and how to avoid it? Can it be completely eradicated? Like we had, the measles or the polio, can it be eradicated to that level? So probably there needs to be more open dialogue, not only with the affected people, not only in the hospitals, but in the public spaces. And I think there is a lot that needs to be done in our subcontinent, in Africa, of course. And in the southern part of the Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, I mean, they are 15 to 29 years of people. It is so surprising and sometimes so unfortunate to see these. But sometimes I feel that the education, the budgets, everything is being pushed, but it is not being discussed in the open forums. The way the pandemic, this coronavirus is being discussed, I would think that there should be, we should discuss in the public life about HIV the same way we are discussing this coronavirus.
Yes, you have very well put the point across that though allocation of budgets are being done by the government organizations, but the education and discussion on this particular subject or many other infections, they are not being taken seriously somehow, especially when we talk about general public. So now at this point, one question arises is, are we a responsible race? Are we working towards sustaining the future of children by getting education about these pandemics and eradicating and taking care about these pandemics? Are we so serious and responsible race?
I think, Kanchan, more or less, we have not been responsible to give your answer to a very, very straightforward. I thank you that you asked me this question. I think we do not understand the seriousness of this, especially the AIDS part of it, because it is related to a basic human right, fundamental right to sex. And therefore, I think we don't understand the seriousness of it. We don't understand that we are impacting not only a community or a person or a family, we are impacting few decades of someone and the stigma around it. And then we go and we meet some affected person who does not say. In many countries they can choose to have a pseudonym and not disclose about it. And uh, and then we have a lot of stigma and social taboo around HIV and AIDS. And that's the reason, I think the taboo, the stigma, the social discardness needs to go, it has to be removed. I think a lot of discussions are happening around LGBTQ and queer groups. And because so many of these are interrelated. So there needs to be a campaign, there needs to be senior people, there needs to be politicians. It is not the job of only of the doctors. A lot of campaigns need to be taken forward by the youngsters, the youth icons, and talk about it. I can think of uh, one organization of like National AIDS Organization of India or United Nations AIDS. They should come to Kaun Banega Karodpati on the Friday episode in the Karmveer, and they should talk about what is happening about the AIDS and India, what is statistics of AIDS and India, and how National AIDS Control Organization is working. That is something, the platform that is needed. Every Friday, KBC brings such kind of Karmveer. So, yes, it needs to be spoken about.
So, according to the World Health Organization, there's a breakdown in essential HIV services due to COVID-19, and it's threatening. We must fight with a passion, as you said, about any, not only AIDS or HIV, but now COVID is also a pandemic which is going on, and many people are not taking serious steps to really safeguard themselves and the society. So we must take up a center stage in the societies, in the communities, to really discuss about the health problems and the health systems. So I think that is very, very essential at this point of time, because now today is for COVID today. Tomorrow there will be many more pandemic there will be threatening to the world and to the people. So I think this is the right time to take seriously about the health, because that is a human right, and whatever taboos associated in any of these diseases, we should eradicate, we should understand and get more information, and accordingly we should act. Like
Correct.
yeah, so like HIV, there are so many taboos are associated, but and they are not suitable for that kind of disease. And for we take a COVID also, people have currently, though the lockdown is there, but people are taking it so easy because they feel that it will not get it, but that is not the case. So we have to discuss
Correct.
the health issues, and health, these are very serious issues. We can't take them lightly.
Correct, of course. And when I was looking at the India's number, Kanchan, I realized that compared to the neighboring countries, India has made good progress in reducing the new HIV infections by 50%, by half, since 2001. And despite the free antiretroviral treatment or ART being available, uptake of it remains very, very low. For many people face difficulty in accessing those clinics in India where they get those antiretroviral treatment. So India is doing good about it, but I'm saying that we need our public space celebrities to come and talk about it. It should not just remain as a lip service by writing few lines on Twitter and just talking about it in a television and prime time. We need a campaign around it, and I hope in today's social media world, we should use the social media to do awareness to reduce these things. It comes for free. This kind of awareness needs to be reduced, and I think this pandemic has given us an opportunity to open up and talk about a lot of things, and I think that should be used to reduce and probably kill other pandemics in our life. And the biggest pandemic that needs to be killed is our inhibition talking about it.
Correct, correct. So I feel that all the viewers will think about it and try to propagate good words, informative words regarding the pandemics, diseases, and take care of themselves and the society. It was good to talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again tomorrow with a very interesting topic. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very interesting topic to discuss. As you know, every year on October 29th, we are celebrating International Internet Day. Now, Internet is very crucial to our lives. In 1969, on this very day, the first electronic message was transmitted from one computer to another. And Internet Day is open to everybody and anybody. You have to just access Internet. To discuss more, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has deep interest in corporate training. He is a technology savvy person and closely associated with broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. And it's a wonderful day, wonderful conversation. And interestingly, we are talking over internet. So how are you?
I'm fine, Sitesh. How are you? Things are okay?
I'm doing well.
Yes, great. And we are talking through internet, you see? So we have to celebrate this day more actually, because this has allowed us to really interact in this COVID period.
Exactly, and it is a transformation from growing up in India and being an Indian youth. Never thought that we will have this kind of a communications. As I come from the Doordarshan Times or MTNL, like Mahanagar Telephone Nigam Limited, or popularly known as Mera Telephone Nahi Lagta, and VSNL, Videsh Sanchar Nahi Lagta. So from those days of we have come very, very far, and it is a few generations of technology that has passed, and having to celebrate an internet day, I can only say, Kanchan, that internet is the new oxygen. We breathe it, we inhale it, we exhale it, and we cannot live. And we get nervous when our phones, when our browsers are not around us. Be it anywhere in the house, anywhere in the office, anywhere during our mobility, internet has become our biggest companion today, isn't it?
Yes, we can't do anything without internet. And especially in India, we have 50% Indian who are using internet. That is over 600 million people. Usage has spread to the far corner of the country, including 40 million new to internet users, as well as 60 million SMEs, and has deepened into new use cases. With the rebirth of the country's internet economy post-COVID is really crucial, and it is very, isn't it?
Exactly, Kanchan. And I remember a time, an event in 2010, or probably 2010, if I'm correct. I participated in an event of IIT Japan meet, where I got to meet some professors from University of California, Los Angeles, who himself, an Indian professor, who was a computer science head of department, I guess, in 2010 IIT Japan, who spoke about the first electronic message sent 45 years back. And that message between two computers that was sent that day, the engineers wanted to write the word login, and they could only write LO, and the computers crashed. I mean, today, so that means the first message that was sent was low, LO. And only after 1 hour of again technical working of those two computers, the first word was sent called login. And that was 45 years back. And today it seems that it appears that the internet is the biggest discovery of this cross century of 20th and 21st century that we have seen. And within 45 years, we are now talking in terms of a 10th generation of Intel and 2G, 3G, 5G phones and whatnot. I mean, today's kids will not know what it meant to go for a dial-up internet connection, and that an expensive one, and going to a cyber cafe, sitting in a small cubicle and trying to access those Yahoo chats and Hotmail chats of those days.
Yes, definitely. But I also feel that it has helped in a way, because we can get more information which was missing when there was no internet, because we have to struggle for getting information. Say, take up a news, we get instantly, and take up any information, especially I'll take up a subject which is very close to my heart, is natural herbs or Indian herbs. Like we have news like Prime Minister just inaugurated today Arogya One that has 5 lakh plants of 380 different species spread over 17 acres. So these kind of information are possible. To get this information instantly, it is possible due to internet only. Now, when I'm talking about Arogya One, why it is closer to my heart is because I'm a mother. I need all these herbs related knowledge on daily basis. So we have a place where I can visit and find out more and know more. Like Arogya Kutir has a traditional treatment facility and wellness center, which will be providing healthcare based on Ayurveda, Siddha, Yoga, and Panchkarma. So all these kind of uh, things which require as a mother. So I get these details through internet, through Google, due to internet. So these internet is very crucial. It has become part of mankind.
Exactly, Kanchan, and there is no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. But here I have to point out two things which I think uh, needs to be thought about. One, that on an average, an internet user is online at least 6.5 hours in a day. Any user spends 90% of the smartphone time on a mobile app. We open and close our mobile phone at least 150 times a day. As that information is available at a lightning speed.
Right.
Now here, two things are important. If the information is really needed at that point of time, we can just not only type it, we can just talk into our mobile phones these days or on our computers and we get the answers. So from an information perspective, I am perfectly fine with the lightning speed that the information arrives. But I feel, Kanchan, the way to enjoy a food is to chew it, first of all, at least 32 times in the mouth to feel the flavor, to feel the spices, to feel the fillings. And therefore, this information sometimes has become information overload because it does not give us time to think about it. It does not give us time, especially we live in the times of news and fake news and deep fake news. And many information is being just passed on, forwarded without verifying the details. And it is very easy to morph it, change it, edit it, put additional voice or video to it or cut it. And therefore, I think that Internet Day is significant from the point that we are connected more, but at the same time, we are spreading sometimes misinformation also. The other point that I want to bring out, Kanchan, is we live in a search engine life. We live in a search engine world. Anything somebody asks a question, we just say, let's Google it. And now Bing is getting ready for that. And we say, let's Bing it. Let's Google it. Now, once we do these things, I have especially noticed, especially in the youngsters, the millennials, that they will look at something on the search engine, and then search engine does not understand the context. It does not understand the subtle context around that conversation which is happening in environment, in the home or in the office or in the college at that point of time. It just takes that search keyword and throws up a lot of information onto the screen, and the first few links somebody reads, and then somebody makes a judgment. After reading the first few links or even first two links, people make a judgment, this is what it is. And that leads to something which I call is still half-baked information. Because the Google search or the Bing search or any other search, we can pay and the links can be paid and moved on the top. So I keep telling the youngsters, please do not make a judgment based on the first link or the first two links. Please go deep. For a crucial and a critical information, this is fine, which is needed right now. But most of the information, we really need to dig deep. And that is something that I want to focus and tell, especially the youngsters, that Google is not the ultimate truth, or Bing search engine is not the truth. And in fact, somebody sent a meme this morning saying that we all humans have to only find ourselves. Everything else is available on Google.
Yes, I very well agree with your point that sometimes information is loaded, especially when we talk about children. And since children are online, they are doing their classes online, and some of the information is like too much for them. But at the same time, today I will not be talking about this negative aspect of internet, because today is the day for celebration of technology and information. So I would like to stick to that celebration. And this Internet Day has given a chance for everybody to celebrate how far we have come using this internet and how far we will be going in future ahead. Now, when I'm talking about the news, the information, which I've just quoted an example of getting knowledge of herb and any kind of knowledge which is available on internet. Now, why I should go far? I have a radio jockey sitting in front of me. So entertainment is also you can access through internet, isn't it, Sitesh?
Yes, I think entertainment has reached as closest to our eyes, as closest to our brains as it was never thought before. And thanks to internet, that any kind of internet and any kind of device, anybody can become a publisher, anyone can become a creative presenter. And my experience in the radio broadcasting and a minimum of television that I did, I feel that it is important to create, and which internet provides me and everyone to create a specific channel, a specific content, a specific user base, listenership, all of that. So therefore, this internet has actually redefined, not only defined, it has redefined entertainment in a ways that was not thought probably in the 1980s or till the beginning of 90s. The way the phones, the Spotify and the Yahoo and the YouTubes and Apple Music, I think that is mind boggling today. And therefore, I think it is time to change that phrase, old is gold.
Yes, so I feel that this is good day, and we should take up this day as creating more realistic and more creative content for our users. At the same time, I also feel that there's a lot of job opportunities which is being provided due to this internet. And since most of office going people are working from home, children are studying from home. So there's a lot of new opportunities have opened up due to this interaction, this due to this setup, like in education sector or maybe in creative sector. Even films are being produced on internet and then released on internet, isn't it?
That is actually, this is, I think, the most important aspect of internet, that learning has become democratized and learning has reached, work has reached to our homes. Work from home, nobody thought that this is possible the way it has been. Most of the CIOs, information officers of the companies across the world were struggling to bring in necessary digitization, which is nothing but connecting to the internet bandwagon, which has been now naturally it has been pushed to their organizations. The whole organization is on the internet, and we talk about those models like being on cloud and SaaS model. Literally every intellectual property is on the internet today, and therefore people are not required to go to offices. Many companies, we know, they are asking their people to work from home indefinitely. And that is the great thing about internet. And I remember one of my boss 20 years back, Kanchan, he used to tell me in the days of dial up, he used to tell me, Sitesh, if you have internet, there is no difference between a person who is sitting in Boston or the person who is sitting in Bhopal. And that is the, I can realize that today when we talk on this special day, how true he was, that yes, if we have internet, it really does not matter on which part of the planet one is sitting. One can contribute, one can create, one can consume, and one can actually innovate all at the same time, whether you are sitting in the Amazon jungles or near the Nile River, or you are at the near the volcanoes of Indonesia. We all are living on this internet, and therefore sometimes when people ask me, "Where do you stay?" I stay on internet. How about you?
Yes, very correctly put this phrase. I really loved it. So I think it is the way to go in future, because we need more innovation in internet related technologies, especially artificial intelligence, where they can plug in, especially in education sector, because children need more inputs when it comes to educating themselves. So it was lovely talking to you, Sutesh. We discussed internet and we hail internet. So till next time, um, I'll say goodbye. Take care. We'll meet.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and we would like to discuss about something which happened last week. Some of the state governments in India allowed the senior students to return to school based on certain algorithms. Certain states have allowed students to come on a odd even formula. That means the roll number in the class is odd. They can come one day, and the others can come on the other day. And then different states have different formula, and this is allowed only for students which are 10th class onwards. And it has started a big debate in India, especially among the parents. To discuss on this subject further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, children returning to school. It's a massive issue. And I'm sure the Indian government, just like every other government around the world, is debating how to do it, knowing at the same time that children probably are not as affected by this virus. That doesn't mean to say they can't get it or they can't carry it, but the effects don't seem to be as bad as in the adult population. So, in some respects, um, certain leaders around the world are saying schools are, very safe places. But it's all, of course, schools have got adults in, i.e., the teachers, support staff, etc., etc. So it's a big topic, actually, and it's an interesting one to cover today, especially as CK. You've got young children, so you're going through this as we speak. When are they going to go back to school?
Well, they are in the junior school, so I think we are safe for now. The schools are not open, only the senior schools are open. middle and junior schools are still shut. There is no ruling on those. So I think we are feeling safe and we are at home.
And fortunately, you're in a situation where you run the company, so you can dictate in many respects where people work, how people work, what their time frame is, um, knowing that you've got parental duties during the day that you wouldn't necessarily have if the children were at school. And you've had to deal with that for some time. But imagine now the situation where they suddenly, the schools say, yes, okay, we're going to open up, and they go back to school. What would be going through your mind as a parent, as an adult, you know, of a certain age that is moving towards that susceptibility arena of if you catch COVID, you know, you're in that higher age group bracket where you're going to be exposed to it. You haven't had the vaccine yet. You've got elderly parents in the same house. So, what would be going through your mind? Because I think this is where people are currently, and you're a logical individual, and you recognise that you can only control what's in your control. But if the government said tomorrow your kids can go back to school, what would be the thought processes going through your mind?
We will not react on such a decision. We will wait and watch. Very frankly, Naval, because as you said, there are elders at home which are at risk, and also the elderlies who are at extreme risk. So while the younger students are not at that much of a risk, they have better immunity, as it has been also announced by the doctors. As far as vaccination is concerned, below 12 years, anyway, they are not getting vaccinated. So I think they are in a safer group, but the people who are elders and elderly are at very high risk, especially people who are diabetic and heart patient. So I think considering these risks, we would not consider this as a ultimatum from the government. We'll wait and watch and send the kids to school only when we feel it is safe for all of us as a family.
And I'm sure you're no different from many other households in India and across the world, agonizing with that issue. Um, and the fact that the governments are now saying, yes, I mean, in India, some areas can come back, other areas can't. The age groups in certain areas are now being encouraged to come back to school, but the same age group in another area isn't being encouraged. And it looks like this is a bit of a hodgepodge of a decision making arena. But we have to tell people today this isn't hodgepodge at all. This is very calculated risk that each of these areas are looking at. So I think my first word of caution, advice, thought process is they're trying to do their best. These are unprecedented arena. As we keep talking about this, we've been talking about it for nearly a year now. It's not going away that quickly. Even with a vaccine, it's not going to, rapidly diminish. You've got millions of people that still need to be vaccinated. Even if young people aren't going to be vaccinated, we've still got lots of others that need to be vaccinated before we can say that this virus is under control. So let's think about the teachers, because most teachers are going to be over the age of 18. You know, teaching assistants may be around about 18. Quite young, but most teachers are going to be over the 18. In other words, in many respects, they're going to be in one of those critical arenas where they're at risk. And of course, as you mentioned, um, the fact you're a teacher doesn't mean you're immune to having any other ailment. You may have diabetes. You may have other health issues, asthmatic, maybe. All of these things that you deal with in the normal day of life. But now there's this big C that's coming through, this COVID thing that attacks people with poor health. How do you think they're feeling about all this?
Well, I think they must be feeling in the same way as normal human being is feeling. I think they are definitely at risk because they are elder. They don't have they are not in queue for getting vaccination right now. The queue is only for the healthcare workers, uh, the municipal corporation workers, and also the law enforcement. The teachers are not there. So I think it is quite risky for them also to come to school.
I think I think the point is, as you mentioned it, they're just people. They're just like you and me, and they're in a frontline job. For whatever reason, it's been chosen that they're not going to get vaccinated early. In other parts of the world, teachers are on the list to be vaccinated early. In the UK, they're not on the list to be vaccinated early. So again, this is decision making that must be really tough for governments to do. But the bottom line here is, this is about children's education. So let's go back to where the big impact is here. What can we do as adults at home, parents at home, with kids that might actually be concerned with going to school? Because, I know your children are quite young, but let's say they're a little bit older. Let's say they were 14, 15 years old, and they'd read everything about this COVID virus and about how it affects the elderly, and they just happen to have grandparents and elderly parents living in the same house. How would they feel about going to school, even though their school's been opened?
So, considering my family and whatever I have seen around me, the kids are more close to the grandparents, and they spend more time with them. So, I think if elderly adolescent um, are getting together, I think they should be worried about each other's health. My presumption is a teenager would be very concerned about this decision, where he or she will be asked to attend the school, considering they have their loving grandparents. They don't want to put their grandparents at risk.
And gravity, which keeps us
Yeah,
glued to
because
the
they've
earth
got to
and
an
the
age where
earth
they
in
can
orbit
rationalise
around the
these
sun.
things.
Can these forces be united? I think
I'm
it
not
is
saying that this is
possible
easy
if
for
we go by
anybody,
the historical precedent.
but just like
because we have
parents have
united
probably got their
forces in the
focus
past.
on,
For example, up until
do
the
I want my
17th
child to
century,
go
it
to
was
school
thought
and
that
be
the
exposed
motions
to
of the
it?
heavenly bodies
Very,
were controlled by a different
one-track
mechanism
thinking.
than the
It's the
motions of
knock-on
objects
effect.
on Earth.
What about your
However,
child?
in
Have you asked your
1687,
child?
Isaac Newton
let's
showed
face
that
it,
these two
16, they're still a
phenomena
child.
were ruled
In
by
the UK,
one
you can't
principle,
vote until
the
you're 18,
principle
so I
of
suppose
universal
that's the coming
gravitation.
of age.
He unified terrestrial gravity
you
with
can-
celestial gravity.
You're pretty
The
well
idea
advanced
that the same
educationally.
force
Your
that
thought
governs
processes are
the
quite well
motion of
advanced
objects
at
on Earth
16.
is also the
So you
same one
can
governing
rationalise
the
these
motions of
things.
planets. It's
But
obvious
just
to us
being
now,
told go
but
to
it was
school
not at all
because
obvious
now
prior to Newton.
now the government
Similarly, prior to
allowed it.
1865, magnets
Let's
were known
just
to
think
exist,
about
and
what's
electricity
the
had
thought
also been
process
discovered.
going through
But it was not
some of
obvious
those
that they were
young
connected.
people's minds.
James Clerk Maxwell
Some will
found the
just,
connection
like
and
water
worked
off a
out
duck's
the
back,
equations
they'll basically say,
describing
thank
the
goodness I'm
relation
getting out of my
between
bedroom.
electricity and magnetism, or as we
I'm getting
came
back
to
to
call
a
it,
bit of normality,
electromagnetism.
and that'll be the only
These
thing
are
on
now
their
called
mind.
Maxwell's
because
equations. He
they
also found
may
that
not
light
have the
was caused by the same
environment that you and I
phenomenon.
have been talking
So
about. There may
light,
just be
electricity,
a
and
couple of
magnetism,
parents, a
which
couple
had
of children at
appeared to
home,
be three
pulling each
completely
other's hair
different
out,
phenomena or forces,
bashing
were now
around four
united.
walls.
Later,
and,
chemistry was
desperate
also
to go to
determined
school.
to be an electromagnetic phenomenon.
And there could be
We
the
now
others
know that
have
electricity,
got elderly
magnetism, light, and
grandparents,
chemistry
elderly
are
parents.
really manifestations of a
maybe a
single force.
sibling
But
that's,
this was
that's
not
got the
obvious
health
in the past.
issue.
Universal gravitation and electromagnetism
they're
were
going
the two
through it
great
just as much
unifications of
as you're
history.
going through
But more
it.
recently,
So
in
this
just
is
the
a
20th
really
century,
big,
quantum
important time
mechanics came
now
along
to talk
and
to each
unified
other.
atomic theory and Newtonian
Just
mechanics.
make sure you got
Mass
that
and energy
communication level
were
going.
unified by special relativity. in
Certainly,
1905
Neville, I
by
think that's
Albert
key to
Einstein.
whole
10 years later,
all of this
space,
issue.
time, and
But
gravity
I must
were
update you
unified by
about the
general
type of
relativity,
professionals we
also
are
by
in
Albert
India.
Einstein.
There
In the
are primarily
1940s,
two types of
special
professionals.
relativity,
One
quantum
which
mechanics, and
work for the
electromagnetism
government
were
service,
unified with
and
the
as
theory
a
of quantum
rule,
electrodynamics,
the government
mainly by
service
Dirac, Feynman,
servants
Schwinger,
don't
serve in one place for more than 3 years. So they get transferred out to a different city and many times into different states. And if they are within the state government service, then they get transferred from district to district. The ruling is like this, and hence the schooling system is also designed like that. You are transferring with bag and baggages, your kids will get automatic transition to a new government school in that new district where you're going or new state where you're going. Then there are other types of professionals who never ship, like people, business people, who do not transit. So their kids study in the same school. They start at kindergarten and they pass out and they go to college in the same city. So they will have a very cohesive one city, one district friend circle. So I'm of the first category. My dad was a government servant, and every 3 years we used to change our school, and the things would change drastically. You're in a different place, you see different people, different language, different color. Everything changes. People in India, so diversified. You see people of different color also, skin color. So so this kind of situation sort of normalize you. You start accepting people because you work with different variety of languages, people, religion, and all that. So those kind of people are also there. So if we talk about this aspect, then there are two kinds of people, clearly. One, which may be very fine-tuned to this change because the change is very normal for them. And then the other who never change. And that could be a real problem for those kind of people, because now when they go back to school, they will feel like as if they are the children of government servant. After a gap of 1 year or 1.5 years, when they attend the school, everything will be different. Teachers will be different. Maybe they will have to go to a different schooling system. We don't know. So I think we are getting into that level of normalization now.
But it's interesting, as you say, I'm aware that people move around quite quickly, and it's a large section of the economy. It's not a small number of people. But just imagine now, you've had your child during one of those moves. So in your next move, the child's really not had connectivity to a school.
The remaining is dark matter
but it may
and dark
have
energy.
occurred over the
So
last
any theory
year
of
or so.
everything has to be able to explain this.
You've had that first move, and the child now becomes of school age.
Is incomplete.
And now
If
they're
for
going into
nothing
school,
else,
but then they're
then the
not, and then
fact that
they're
it
going
does
back
not
into school,
explain
then they're not.
either dark matter or dark energy. And
Although
finally,
you
there
might
is the
have,
conundrum
people
of the
that have
matter
moved around
antimatter asymmetry.
once or
We don't
twice
understand why
with
the
young
universe is
children,
made
so
of
the
matter.
child has already
Einstein's
got
theory of
that
special relativity
mechanism
says
in
that
their
energy
own
can turn
mind
into
to
matter.
say, yes,
But
we're
when energy
moving, it's
turns
going to
into
be new
matter,
over here.
it makes an equal
You've actually
amount
got
of
those that are
antimatter.
just moving
And
into that
that's
that
what
have never
we
done
think
this
must
before.
have happened after the Big Bang.
And other
But
people
how
that are
and
moving
why did the
into
antimatter
public
disappear?
sector
The
that
universe
now have
somehow
come
got rid
in
of
with
most
older
of it
children.
and left only matter.
Because maybe
We
they've
don't know
moved
how
from the
that
private
happened.
sector to the
So we
public
have
sector.
a ways to go.
So,
are there
all I'm
any
saying is,
good candidates
change
for a
is
theory of
ever
everything?
change.
The most popular
it's
is string
never,
theory,
ever
which
going to be the
posits
same
that all
thing.
particles are fundamentally different
going back to
vibrations of a single entity,
the thought process,
string-like objects.
actually,
The vibrations
and
of
you
these
said it to
objects
yourself
in
in
6
a
to
private
7
conversation
hidden
you and I have
dimensions
had,
is
you're
what we
playing
perceive
cards
as
with
the
the children.
various fundamental particles
They're coming
and force
off
carriers of nature.
the
I made a video
video
about that
games,
if you want
the
to check it
digital
out
games,
up here.
the binging
But
of
there is a
Netflix,
lesser-known theory that I find very
cartoons,
intriguing and I think
you're
you should know
playing
about.
cards
It's called
with the
quantum
kids.
holonomy theory.
That's a
or
form of
QHT.
communication that
It
they will
posits
remember
that nature is
for the rest of their
fundamentally
lives.
the mathematics of
Because this is
moving
real
things
family
in
time.
empty space.
And I think this is
Some
where
of its
I think
implications are that all forces are quantized,
family-oriented
except gravity is not.
people around
So
the world, I think
quantum
that's
gravity
where
does not exist, according to
that's
this
where we're
theory.
gonna get the
It
benefit
also shows that there's no
Well,
infinite
actually, that
hole
was
inside
becoming a
black
big
holes,
issue for us.
and that
How
the
do
Big
we
Bang
bond?
could not have
Because
come from
all of us
nothing.
are here.
It was
My
probably
parents are
more
also
like
with
a big
us.
bounce.
Our kids are
This
there.
theory
The entire
and how
family
it
is
fits
there.
with our current
7,
understanding
8
of the
people
universe
in one
will be the
house.
subject of my next
How do we
video.
do
So
bonding?
stay
Because we are
tuned for
doing
that
our
one
different
lesson.
things.
I'd like to thank my
During
generous
the
supporters on
work
Patreon
time,
and YouTube. If you like my videos,
all the
consider joining. And if you
adults
have a
are
question,
employed in their
post it in the
activities
comments below,
online.
and I will try
So
to
they have a
answer
lot
it.
of,
We'll see you in the next
home office
video,
side of
my friend.
type of scenario. Then the grandparents are busy watching news or something that they like. And the kids are also doing online courses, online schooling. And they have their cartoon time, then they have to sleep. So what is the time that we as a family do bonding? There is absolutely zero time. It is actually worse than what we were doing earlier when we had an office and we had time for everything. This has become a worse situation. So we had to bond with our, not only with kids but also with parents. Where is the time to catch up? So we decided that, hey, we will switch off the TV and everything, all external elements. And after dinner, every night we will play a game of cards. And we've did research online. We found the game of cards that you can play with many people, like 6-7 people. So we decided to play those games, and those are very, very engaging. And kids are picking up very fast. Within one day they became pro. They start cheating. They start peeking into other people's cards.
Oh yeah, they'll start cheating. They'll start manipulating the game because they want to win. I mean, kids want to win.
Does your PC know how you work
Playing
best?
the game's one
Launch
thing,
your apps faster.
No matter how much
Give you
put
up
it
to
into
30
them.
hours of battery.
It's the
Does
playing
your
of the
PC
game that's
know you?
important. Rubbish.
The new
I want to
Latitude
win.
family with Dell Optimizer
Don't
does.
take that fighting spirit out of them because that's really important. And playing cards.
Hey guys, Jared here, and
remember
today I'm
as
going
a-
to show you
as
the
a
home server that
kid,
I
many,
recently
many
built and
years
how
ago,
I set it up. It's got
playing
16
cards
CPU
with my
cores
mum.
and 128
And we
gigs
had
of
the
RAM,
button
so it
jar.
should be able to serve
So
all
we
the
weren't
things.
playing for real money. It was imaginary, And it was buttons. And all the buttons had
The
the same
motherboard,
value, despite the
CPUs,
fact
and
some
RAM
were
were all
bright and
bought
shiny,
second-hand
some
to
were
cut
pretty
down
dull,
costs. The
and
rest
odd
of the parts
penny,
were all
old
purchased brand
penny
new.
farthing
Primarily,
might
the
be,
server would be running multiple virtual machines at once, so a high core count was important to me. This is
gathered
why I
everything up.
selected two Intel Xeon
But the point
E5
is, we had a
2670
lot of fun.
CPUs. These go
And
for around
it's
150
amazing
Australian dollars
the
each,
type
and
of
have 8 cores and
games you
16
play,
threads. So when combined with a
what the
dual socket
logical
board, I've got a
process
total
goes
of
through
16 cores and 32 threads.
really
I've
is an
seen these CPUs
interpersonal
go for as
skill you're developing here.
little
You're
as $70
developing
US
mathematical
each,
skills,
so they're
you're
definitely worth a
developing
look at for a
picture
cheap server build, especially as in
eventually
recent
your
years there
child
seems
will
to
be
be little
able to
performance
know,
gain between different Intel
just
CPU
exactly what cards
generations.
come
The
in,
2670s are
because
based on the Sandy
they
Bridge
bent the
architecture
corner
and
on
came
it
out
and they
early in
put the little
2012.
finger
They
there
clocked at
and there's a
2.6 GHz
four
and
of
can turbo up
spades
to
is coming. I don't
3.3
want that one.
GHz,
I'm gonna
and
keep
each
with
have
what
20
I've got
megabytes of cache available.
we all
Although
play
the
those
CPU
silly
is
little
relatively
games,
cheap, keep in
you know,
mind that a dual
right the way
socket
through
board
our
may
lives
not be,
and
so I
everything.
suggest
So
checking all pricing before you
playing
commit to buy.
cards,
To
no,
keep all these cores
Monopoly,
cool, I've got two Noctua
Mousetrap,
U12
all those
DX
sort of
i4
things. Have a
CPU
bit of
coolers,
fun.
which have support for
It
Socket
is
2011,
bonding,
and I've
you
found
know,
that
I
they
think
perform
it's a
quite
really
well.
good word
I've done
to
a separate
use.
video on them with more details if you're interested. For the
Um,
board, I'm
you
using
know,
an Intel
my wife
S2600
and I
CP2J.
constantly
While the board came out in 2012,
think
it's still
every
got the
time we
features I
see
need,
all of these
such as 2
issues come up
gigabit
on the
NICs,
TV.
SATA 3 support, and of
We're-
course the
we're
most
probably,
important factor,
you know,
dual
two of the
LGA
luckiest people in
2011
the
sockets.
world,
There's no
because all
support
of
for
our children
DDR4
are
memory,
adults.
NVMe
You know, they've
drives, or
fled the
newer
nest,
fancy
they've got their
features,
own
but for my server this will get the job
pads,
done. The board also has
houses,
16 RAM
flats,
slots,
apartments,
so
all
of
over
course
the
I had to fill all those
so
out
they're
with 8 gigabyte
past the
sticks for a
education,
total
the
of
formal
128
education
gigs of
they're in.
memory. I found
But
8
we
gigabyte
often
sticks
think
seem to be a
what
pretty
would
good sweet
be
spot
the
for
case
size and
today
price. Once you
if
start
all
looking
of
at
those
16 gig
five
sticks and
kids
higher, the
were
price
still
goes up
living
pretty
at home.
quickly. And well,
They would have all
128 gigs of
been,
RAM should be more than enough for me anyway. I admit that
as
it'll
far as
probably
they're
be
concerned,
overkill,
adults,
but I just had to
as
do
far
it.
as we're
I was
concerned,
actually looking at buying
adolescents.
all of these parts separately
You
on
know,
eBay, but
in
then
a
I found that I could
particular
buy them
age
together as a bundle
range,
for 500 Australian dollars
all
cheaper, so I went with that. I got the bundle from
requiring
natex.us. I'll leave a
4
link
of
in the
the
description.
5,
I also got a
3 of
1TB
the 5
Samsung
would have their own
850 EVO
bedroom.
SSD.
Yeah,
As my
the
main
2 boys
PC is
would be
always low on
together.
SSD space, which
Got
prevents me
property,
from
we're
running
lucky.
virtual machines,
Got
I
lots of
figured I'd
rooms
just
that they
get
could have
something
gone
big with
to.
decent performance that should last me for quite
Each
a
of
while.
them would have
I'm
had a
running the
PC,
hypervisor
so we wouldn't
operating
have had the
system on the
issue
same
of
disk as the virtual machines.
fighting
I did consider
over
buying a smaller,
PC
cheaper
time.
SSD just to dedicate to the hypervisor, but in
They
the
would have
end
all
I
been in
decided
their
it wasn't worth the
rooms,
extra cost
you
for
know,
my lab
because
environment.
kids
If
come
I
back
have
from
any
school,
major
they
I/O
just go
issues,
to
I'll
their
revisit
rooms
that.
because
Speaking
that's
of the
what happens.
hypervisor, I still haven't locked
I
down
just
what I'm
think-
going to end up using.
I
I've
think
used
we'd have
Xen,
struggled,
Hyper-V,
frankly,
and VMware ESXi in the
everyone had
past,
been
so I've got a bit of experience with
forced
how
to
all
stay
of
at
those
home,
work.
not
At the
allowed to
moment,
go
I'm
to
testing
school,
out Windows
and then
Hyper-V
the
Server
agonising
2016
moment
as
would
it's free.
be
Although the
because
hypervisor
they were
operating
all-
system is free, you still need to license any
they were all at
Windows
different
virtual machines that you run on top
So
of it. But of
the
course, Windows
odds would
does
have
have a
been
trial period, so you
that
could keep
one
rebuilding your
school would have
VMs.
said,
I'll
"Yes,
probably
we're
either
open
stick
for
with this
business,"
or the free version of
and the other
ESXi
four
that
would say
VMware
no.
have to offer. It'll take me some time to evaluate them in my environment. At the moment, I've only set up some Linux virtual machines that I use regularly, and I've had no problems at all so far. After getting the server set up and configured, basically I just power on the server and connect to it from my Windows desktop with Hyper-V Manager. From there I can create, manage, start and stop virtual machines on the server over the network. The other hypervisors all have similar functionality. For the power supply, I went with the Corsair HX850i. The only real requirement here is that the power supply needs to have two EPS connectors, as there are two CPUs to power, so keep that in mind, as many desktop power supplies may only have one. I've put all of these parts into a Fantex Enthu case with tempered glass. As the motherboard is a server board, its size is SSI EEB, rather than standard ATX, so I was a little limited in cases that I could use. While it's possible to use an ATX case and drill your own holes, I wanted something that would just work out of the box without any case modding. I could have paid less and got the version with the plastic window, but, well, that glass. I've done a full review video of the case if you're interested. Now let's take a look at some benchmarks. I'm only going to be performing CPU-based benchmarks here, as I'm not using a dedicated GPU. This is a server and I'm not going to be using it to play games or do any graphical work. I'll mostly be connecting to virtual machines remotely over the network from my desktop, so CPU power was definitely the priority here. I'll throw in a 7700K into the
Neville, I
results
think
too,
you
just for
raised
scale.
very
In the
pertinent
Cinebench
points.
benchmark, the
And
Xenon's got a
for
score
those
of
exact
2030.
points, we
Pretty
are
nice.
contemplating
In the
to
Passmark CPU
not send
benchmark,
kids
I
to
got a
the school
CPU score of
for next 1 or 2 years.
19,622,
And
which was in the
because the
99th
risks
percentile
are
of all
too high.
CPU tests. Not bad for
And
some
we have
old
to take the
Xeons.
right
In
decision,
Geekbench 4,
because
I got
whatever
a single
decision
core
we
score of
take will have the
2627
implications.
and a multi-core
So
score
we are
of
right now evaluating the online
23,742.
study
As expected, the
platforms.
7700K has
Probably
much better
take out the
single-core
kids,
performance,
put them
but
in
is of course
online
no match for
platforms,
16
and
cores.
for
I let the 7-zip benchmark
extracurricular
run for 10
activities, put
passes
them in
with a
different
dictionary
clubs.
size of 32
So
megabytes,
that way
which
we will
resulted
have
in a
better
score of
control on their life rather than
58,301
sending them to
MIPS.
school.
I then used Handbrake
Once the
to encode
life
a
return
500
to normal
megabyte
after a couple of
MP4
years,
video file that I recorded
probably
from
we can put them
1080p
back
to
into school.
720p. The dual
So I think
Xeons
this is what is running in our mind.
which
We had few discussions within the family.
of RAM, but
I think
don't know. I like the
this
idea of
session
having
is
a
going
server
to
to keep
end
my
in month
workload
of
separate. I can
February,
do something
March,
else cool
around
when I
that time.
replace the desktop.
So I think
Probably
that would be
something
the
with a
time
higher
to
clocked
look for
CPU with less
alternatives.
which is
And
what
I
I
don't
have here.
think you're
If you instead
alone
get
in that
SR0H8, which is the
I know
previous
many people
revision,
around
you
the
won't
world
have
are thinking,
VT-D support
very,
or
very similar.
KX. Otherwise, if you do, you'll need to pay extra and ensure that you get the SR0K. And everything works
Children
perfectly.
grow by being part of
An AMD Threadripper CPU launch is coming soon.
So
what did you
the
guys
issue
think
is
about my server
trying to
build? Be
replicate
sure to let me know your
that
thoughts down in the
teaminess
comments, and I'd be interested in hearing if you're running any servers at home.
not gonna
Leave a
be
like on the
easy,
video if you found it useful,
but it's certainly
or I
doable.
guess a dislike if you thought the server was a piece of crap made out of
wish
mostly
everyone,
secondhand trash. Hopefully not
best
that
of
one.
luck in-
Come on, it's not that bad. Thanks for
through their
watching,
own
and don't forget to
maze
subscribe
in
for
front
future
of
tech videos like this
But
one.
like anything else, we only get through the maze.
When you think of accounting and finance, what comes to mind?
Sharing things like this, by being open
Don't
and
worry.
honest about
This is not
what the difficulties are and what your thought processes are. Because many people
What
are gonna
is
be in
a
exactly
server?
the same
So that is the topic
situation.
of this video. Now, a server
although
is
it's not-
basically a dedicated
it's not
computer
by
that
stretch
provides
the
services
imagination
on
close
behalf of
to the
clients,
same issue.
such as ordinary desktop computers or
but men of a certain
workstations.
age,
So
and
it's a
you're certainly
centralized
in that-
machine where
that age
multiple
group
clients
that
connect to
would be
either
talked about
over the
in this
internet
sort of
or in a
European
local
arena.
area network,
They
and
do
they
not
connect to a server for a
share
specific
their
service.
issues
So, for example,
with
that
other
service
men,
could be to
despite the
retrieve a
fact how close
website,
they are
to
bonded with
access data or email, and so on. Now, a server
As
could be
we've seen in the
dedicated to
past
handle
couple of
one
years,
of these services
the
only,
Invictus
where you would have
games,
one server
etc.,
dedicated
if
for a
you've been
website,
following,
one server for data
Prince
storage,
Harry's,
and a server for email.
you will see that the royals have all been talking about opening up.
And this model is what
talking with
larger
other people, getting
organizations
things off your
use.
chest
Or you
before
can
they
also
actually
set up a
become,
server to handle each
far
of
too
these
difficult.
services on the same machine,
We'll
which is
mention
what
the word
typically
depression,
happens in smaller
anxiety,
organizations.
and it's
So
all these
depending
things that
upon
really
which setup
do
is
hit
used,
us
it
if we
all
don't- if
depends
we go
on the
insular
needs
and we
of an
don't talk about it.
organization.
Now's the time not to
Now,
talk.
when people
now's
talk
the
about a
time
server,
not to
generally they are
Now's the time
referring
to
to a powerful, centralized
And
computer
you'll be
that
amazed at how
clients
many
connect to
people,
over a network, and they would be
would love to
correct on
talk,
that.
but don't,
However, a
because they
server
just
is not
well
just
up.
a physical
They feel as
computer.
though
A
it's
server is
weakness,
actually a role
they should
that
be
a computer
better,
takes, because any ordinary
not what
desktop
people should be
computer
doing at
can
their
be set up
age.
as a server.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be a powerful computer. So for example, you can set up a network in your home where you can have an ordinary desktop computer serve as a file server. The computer will have those files in a shared folder, and then other computers can connect to it to access those files. Or you can also use a desktop computer to serve as a web server, where you would install the website data on that computer, and then the other computers can connect to it and retrieve the web page. However, desktop computers do have their limitations because they are not designed to handle a large workload, and they can't handle a lot of incoming connections from users. And this is not only because of their inferior hardware, but it's also because of software, because desktop operating systems are only able to handle a
Yes,
limited
Naval, I
amount
think
of
thanks very
concurrent
much for your good advice. I think this is a
Now,
global
servers
phenomenon.
need to be up and running
Everybody is passing through
24/7
that.
because
And if
they are
somebody wants
vital to an
to
organization.
share
And if a
any
server
other
does
solution
go
that we have
down,
discussed
then
in
that
this
could
video,
jeopardize
they are
a
most welcome.
business
We will
or
bring
an
you online in the
organization.
next
So
episode
this
with
is why
Mr. Naval
servers
Gun.
need to be more
Until then, I
reliable.
like to
They
say
need to be
goodbye to you,
built with
Naval. Thank you very
robust
much for
hardware
finding
that's able to
suitable
run
time to
non-stop
talk to
with
us
little
today
to no
on Monday
downtime.
morning. We'll catch
So
up
for
again
example, a
on something
desktop
very
would
interesting.
use a processor
pleasure,
that's
CK.
designed obviously
And good luck,
for
everybody.
desktops,
It's Monday.
such as the Intel
There's
Core
5
series
working days of the
processors.
week.
And a server would use
Take
a
care.
processor
Thank
designed
you.
for
Bye-bye.
servers, such as the Intel Xeon processor. A server processor needs to be fast and have the ability to perform a lot of tasks simultaneously. Now, both of these processors are powerful, but there are some differences. So, for example, Xeon processors support a multi-processing environment, so they are